Good evening, everybody. It's a little bit closer to a proper start time for Friday, although it's still relatively late. So I have a feeling it might be a thinner crowd. Just give me a second here. I made some tea, but I thought I need to extract the tea bag. I hope all of you have had a good week. It was a pretty good one for me, but sorry, I'm really just trying to pass the time while I recover my precious tea leaves, or extract my precious tea leaves. But today really hit me. I definitely, I just kind of, I just felt super super tired. Hey, Kieran, how you doing? So I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to properly engage with you when you stopped in on Wednesday, particularly because I know we didn't get a chance to catch up on on stream over the long weekend. I did ultimately take that for my own time. But if it wasn't clear when you stopped by, I was actually interviewing a couple of the developers of Phantom Brigade. So I really appreciated your comment, and I just didn't have the chance to express that at the time. But I hope you're doing well. I am, as I was saying before, feeling good. But I definitely was feeling the week catching up with me, even though it was a pretty good one. I was trying to think about maybe heading out to Montreal on Monday for the eclipse. The catch is that everybody's going to be doing it, and I don't live too far off the path. The real drawback here is that I think pretty much every place that was giving eclipse glasses is out. I think I'm probably just gonna. I'm like 99% sure that I have. Oh dear. It just occurred to me there was something that I wanted to buy on GOG, and it looks like it didn't actually. It looks like it didn't actually add it to my library. Shucks. Okay. Well, that's life. Okay, and there are some updates, but none for Cyberpunk, so we're good. I didn't reset my I didn't reset my computer, and I do actually have a process running in the background, but I don't think we are too bad for sort of the load on the computer. So we're gonna give it a shot with Cyberpunk, and if things don't turn out, we will reconfigure. Anyways, sorry, what was I gonna say? Um, but yeah, no, I think I should still be able to enjoy part of it. I might see if I can do a work from home thing to maybe go on the top of my building. Well, I don't know. It should be visible at work. I don't know. I'll work it out. Whoa, that's not a promising start. Um, but yeah. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Um, Sorry you're not able to to see it, Kieran. I'm sure there will be other opportunities. I just don't know in where in your part of the world or when. Yeah, the other thing for me was I was kind of debating on the trip side of things for the simple reason that, like, if you think about it, we're much more mobile now. So if I want to move to be on the path of like the full eclipse, technically I have that option available for most locations in the world where one will happen. Now, not that not that that is like um, a regular occurrence in the world, but like, I don't know, it's sort of like I wouldn't take a plane out to to see one in in Germany or something like that. So but yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's something I should give myself a chance to see. But But yeah, I don't know. Like the thing that turns me off of it is that the idea of heading out to a large city which is on the path strikes me as a really good way to wind up paying way too much for transport to get crowded in with everyone trying to get a better view. And just to generally not enjoy the experience, as opposed to, being close to it, not maybe at the exact point, and essentially just kind of living my life. And, there's a cool thing that happens in my area, so to take the opportunity where it is, as opposed to, head on my way out. I don't know, though. I'll see what my options are closer to the time. Okay, we are back to Phantom Liberty. Trying to think of the best way to set it all up. I think we'll just see where we are in the... I think we were about to start a mission? Yes, right. We just finished another car delivery, and we were going to do balls to the wall. Assuming, of course, I don't... assuming I don't wind up doing another... car mission. I also think I mentioned this, I probably should maybe mention it when there's a few more people in the channel, but when I was interviewing Brace Yourself, so I had an article that was out, and I don't think the sequel had been published, but on the blog there are now 2 new articles. I'll confess, they're ones that I had put some effort in, especially if I consider like the overall effort, which was like I had tried to talk... One of them deals with AI. And I had actually written some things about AI, which would have been, I think they really would have held up. But I kind of felt a little discouraged and didn't want to, basically just said, this is not worth the headache that I'm going to get for publishing this thing. And so I did that 3 times, and I decided on this one, it was no, I'm gonna see this through. And then the majority of the effort that I put in was actually trying to, it was really, the effort was to get the word count under 1,000. And I mean, in the end, I didn't really, I kind of didn't deliver on that. What I did wind up doing was just doing 2 articles which could be read on their own, in my opinion at least, without or that were 1,000 words on each of them. But anyways, it's definitely one of the ones where I feel, I would have liked a higher readership than they got, but they're out. I think they're okay. I think they're saying something that needs to be said.
Briefly, V. Netwatch has dispatched a hunter. As the quarry, exercise caution.
Say what?
Bree Whitney sold the Militech's data, then disappeared. Netwatch is now out to wipe anyone who came close to it. Occupational hazard. Take care of yourself, V.
Systemchalk.ca.
Fucking hazed me.
If you'd like a specific link for the articles that I just published, I'd be happy to put those in chat. I know it's a little it's starting to sort of chug in terms of the frame rate right now, so. Maniac! Actually, not. I can do that now. This is the one that I published on the 3rd. And this is the one that I put out yesterday. And I actually do have a couple of others which I think I could do in reasonably short order. Okay, I've got a theft. I'm gonna take the opportunity. Although, let me see if I can. But yeah, I actually have a couple that I can touch on. One drawback is there is another one on AI that I can do, and the drawback that I have is that for the second article, I talked about AI because I thought it was a good, like I thought it was an appropriate example that I could use. But it's not necessarily a requirement to do the things that are talked about in the article. And I noticed when I gave a talk at the local game dev collective, a lot of people kind of took it as a like as sort of an AI, like took me as sort of an AI booster. And I mean, I wouldn't want to rule out the technology, but my view, I have my points of skepticism, and I definitely feel it's the sort of thing that needs to earn its place. I don't necessarily want to be, I don't want to be, you know, making a bigger claim than, you know, than is my place to make. But as I've kind of said a couple of times before, right, I think the place for the most interesting articles tends to be in places where people are either not looking or dismissing, or just generally like, I'm not Kotaku, I'm not IGN, I don't have access to industry figures to I don't have a I don't have the kind of access that would give me a you know, an interview that could be, you know, okay, this is the reason. So like, if I could talk to, you know, a senior person at Larian, that would obviously make for a really popular article that I'm assuming would, you know, would be watched by virtue of its subject. But I mean, everybody wants to talk to these people, right? I don't have any kind of reach that would make them want to.
One more thing. Hear that? Clock's a ticking. Time waits for no chew.
Thanks, Momar. Oh Jesus! All right. But yeah, so I mean, essentially the question is like, what is my added value, right? If I don't have connections, if I don't have you know, the infrastructure to sort of reach out and sort of cover events quickly, right? So it's not like I sort of sit down at work looking at the news releases, or, you know, like I do actually listen in on some earnings calls for gaming companies, but I do that when I have the time, right? It's not my beat. It's not like I have somebody it's not like I have somebody dedicated, or it's not like I am dedicated to this stuff. So the real and I mean, I like to think that I have some capability in terms of writing. I mean, to be completely fair to myself, like a very large part of my professional life now has involved some type of writing, and that has been true for a few years. So, you know, like, I'm hoping that I'm not, you know, just some clown who got lucky and is coasting on a, you know, despite being a terrible writer. But on the other hand, I can't necessarily say that I am, in terms of writing skill, better than anyone else, you know, trying to make a dent. Sorry, trying to serve two masters. But yeah, it's hard for me to say like, you know, okay, you know, here's what makes me uniquely suited for this. That was good timing on the music. But yeah, so like basically it's the quality of the writing on its own is not necessarily going to be the thing that that makes it worth reading. So like really just as from a sheer point of view of
I knew I picked the right merc for the gig. My man will take care of the rest. Check the drop point for reward. Just don't spend it all on XPDs and glitter.
yeah, from the perspective of like just having a reason to do any of this in the first place, I think the best argument would be, you know, to have an original perspective, and to be looking in places that others aren't, and possibly saying something that should be said but isn't necessarily getting wider coverage. And this makes for strange bedfellows, right? So like I do sometimes feel in the weird position of being like an apologist for thank you. I do feel like I sometimes wind up as kind of an apologist for these very unsympathetic figures. So a good example of this would be John Riccitiello, the former CEO of Unity and then previously of Electronic Arts. I have been in classes, like university classes, with people who I really do feel like I really feel like there is a certain type of person that becomes a CEO. And I think I have a fairly good idea of what you know, someone like John Riccitiello is. Like, and this isn't like, this is probably unfair to him, but like this is not a person or type of person that I particularly like. And I think we would be better off if we had fewer of them in positions of authority. But I do often find that I find myself in situations where I try to sort of argue for a more moderate take on something that he has said or done. Or essentially I'm operating counter to you know, an anti-Riccitiello piece, just simply because I feel the case is overstated and focusing on the wrong thing. And this doesn't exactly win me friends, right? Like, who on earth is going to say, oh yes, the poor, you know, the poor CEO, who will think of their interests? But the thing is that I do think it's important to be right for the right reasons. Like, if you are just, you know, the old saying, right, a stop clock is right twice a day. Like, you know, you can dislike a CEO who I maybe think claims more than what their track record can sort of support. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I think if we're going to make progress on things, that we do actually need to properly diagnose problems. And usually, I don't like that guy is not a great way to bring about some kind of change that you might want to see. I'm going to take a minute here to look at a tarot card. But yeah, so anyways, it's definitely not, I don't like the idea of being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. But I think there's enough sort of thoughtless but obviously popular perspectives that allow me to write out something different, and I kind of want that to be my focus.
Well.
The High Priestess. The High Priestess is a card of mystery. It shows how all our secrets hang by a delicate thread and the struggle between common sense and intuition. The High Priestess symbolizes the cold, calm waters as well as the mysteries hidden in their depths. But yeah, anyways. So I realize I don't exactly win friends writing articles like that. But again, I do think it is important where I can to write honestly. And if I'm going to write something, I don't see a whole lot of value in sort of playing to the gallery. Like if I'm going to take the time to write something, and the fact that I enjoy writing on its own, like writing is really the thing that is of value to me. I think it's important to try and, you know, write to persuade, write to offer a new perspective. There's a lot of different reasons and a lot of different outcomes you can hope for. Oh, looks like I've got another car. Don't want to block my exit.
Target. Help it off the beaten path and right into my arms.
Oh, I hate you. Okay, there we go. It's terrible. Anyway, yeah. So the next one is
Say goodbye to those wheels. Pete, you know what to do.
get out of the car. Good God. Ah, not Sonic Shock. Oh, I thought I was going to try System Collapse, but... Alright, so that was a bit of a clown show, but... Okay, let's see if I can wrap this up quick. But yeah, anyway, so like the thing I'm a little worried about now is that because I do have more things that I can write on AI, and because predominantly in the circles I'm in, I hear more... Sacre bleu! Because I tend to hear more criticism of AI and related technologies, the tendency for me would definitely be to write something counter to what I'm seeing sort of the majority of output being. But the drawback there is if you write that too many times in a row, and this is definitely what happened in the presentation. You have a few people who are now suddenly fans of AI, and to a certain extent, if they find it useful, right? If what you've talked about allows them to see something useful in a different light, then that's actually good, and I'm interested in doing something like that. But I would actually be equally happy to have somebody so annoyed by what I wrote that they go out to prove me wrong. Yeah, they head out to prove me wrong and, you know, do a, I don't know, an anti-AI game or something like that winds up just blowing everyone away and showing them a better way of doing things. I'd actually be just as happy for that to be the outcome of an article as I would someone sort of taking every single point as, you know, as gospel truth. I just don't think this, like, I guess the big thing is that I think that, oops. This is gonna get interesting. I thought I could just lay low here, but... But yeah, so the, you know, as delightful as it is for people to say, "Oh, you're so right," you know, this is exactly it, to provoke some kind of change, even if it's not necessarily the prescription that's in the article, is the sort of thing that would, I don't know, I would like to see as an outcome. Whether or not it happens is a whole other question. Anyways, there's the links. If you're interested, go ahead and read it. If you're not interested, don't. There's some Cultist Simulator stuff in there as well. And I'd like to... Actually, I don't need to write more. I feel I write every day, but I would like to publish more. So whether that's a statement of, you know, high productivity writing, writing something that's publishable right away, or, you know, there's actually a few different ways that I can cut that, but there's a few different reasons why I don't always publish everything that I write. Nearly Logical, good to see you. Let me change the mission again. I am kind of interested in the Phantom of Night City, but I seem to recall that was a rather difficult one for me, so I'm going to leave that aside. You're back from travel. I hope the travel went well. You're not traveling out to see the eclipse as your extended departures. I'll actually admit, I know Sweeps has been streaming a bit more lately, and I haven't been able to catch her streams at sort of full duration, just because we already know I've got the new job, but like I'm very busy, and I also don't have the same sort of, like, internet access isn't a problem, but like I don't like using work stuff for things that are not work. The one exception I'll make is for music, just because, like, what am I gonna do? Bring in my own music player? Like, that's a little silly, right? So, but but yeah, like, so the idea of like watching Twitch on a work machine just is not, that doesn't seem to be a a justifiable use of work resources. Whereas, you know, if I have a phone or I have a, you know, my own laptop, or if I'm at, you know, or if I'm at home, just being able to, you know, put it on in the background is a less obtrusive way. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you do what the workplace says, but the thing is, like, you know, pretty much since COVID, everybody's, you know, got their own VPN. Those are resources that need to be maintained, and like, if I'm, you know, if I'm taking up all the bandwidth, you know, watching Netflix or something like that. I don't have Netflix, but like, you know, like that's obviously a big draw on something that the company's paying for, and there's no way for me to really explain how that is letting me do my job more effectively. I mean, there's also something to be said for the idea, like, you know, I'll enjoy the show less, and I'll get less work done, right? I think everybody's kind of aware of the illusion of multitasking, which is very hard to shake. But one of the things I've actually noticed is, like, I still like film, right? And I tend to be a pretty active watcher when it comes to film. So, like, you know, it makes me sound like just the worst kind of douche whenever I go on at length. But, like, you know, an image system, or, you know, some choices in terms of shots, like just the way that the angles work, or what's not shown when a character's talking, or, you know, like all those little details that, you know, go into quote-unquote cinema. This is stuff I like, right? You know, it is something I worked in. It is something that I paid attention to from a professional perspective. And either because I find it enjoyable or because I find it difficult to... I'm gonna move back to Dogtown. Or because, you know, it's a difficult reflex to turn off. It's something that I get out of watching the shows and the movies that I do, and I do tend to enjoy movies that use those techniques more than ones which kind of assume that the audience is going to be distracted for the runtime and don't put that kind of effort in. But what I have noticed is that when I've been trying to do, you know, like I've gone back to Code Wars, so I'm stuck on one problem, which should actually be really easy for me, but for one reason or another, I'm really struggling with it. But you know, I'll be doing some Code Wars, and I'll have a show on in the background. And I've noticed that there are a couple of shows which I have very different perspectives on from my first exposure to it. Purely because the first time I experienced the plot, let's say, that is really tempting to pick up, but I'm going to resist the temptation. But yeah, the real shame is that I've actually had this experience now where I wonder if they're going to react badly to me being here. Nope, we're okay. Oh, nope, they are definitely not happy I'm here. Oh, interesting. So even something like if some music with lyrics were to come on, you'd probably want to change the track or stop coding. Actually, if you don't mind, I need to go to the I should have gone to the bathroom before I started the stream. Anyways, just to finish off the point before I take a small break. It shouldn't be that long, but I'll also take a chance to sort of refill my water and just get a few other things dealt with. But the big thing I've noticed is that I have watched shows which, again, are well crafted, and I have a completely different perspective on them because I am watching it and I see the decisions made as part of the part of the craft of the film. So again, I'm looking at the screen and I am seeing the interaction between that and the show. It's made me appreciate just how how much I am missing when I try to quote unquote multitask with a show on. So I've tried to roll back on that. But anyways, that was a casual comment about not getting a chance to see sweeps. Anyways, I do apologize. I will try to be back as soon as I can, but I definitely need to go to the bathroom. But I'll try and make it so that it's not like it's kind of like an early version of one of my breaks, so I don't need to get up and go away later. And sorry, give me a minute here. Oh dear. Okay, I will see you all in a bit. I'm so sorry, Selphea. I went on a break as soon as you came in and said hello. Hello. I also I don't know exactly what I did, but I kind of like stretched out my arm as I said I was gonna go, and holy crap, it hurt. But I'm fine now. So I'm doing all right. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to stay around a bit longer. For those of you that don't know, Selphea only ever streams my time at Sandrock. Literally never streams anything else because I've never seen her stream anything. That isn't actually true, but Sophia is an Australian broadcaster, somebody who I found through Dendrian, although that's a little weird way. It's kind of a weird way for me to shout Sophia out, simply because she is a very good streamer in her own right, and it's like everybody has found someone through something, but I don't know. It's a chance for me to talk about Dendrian too, I suppose. But in any case, it's been a lot of fun to watch Sylphia's streams. It's also kind of neat because I've been watching her streams long enough to sort of see a little bit of a shift in terms of sort of different approaches that she'll take, and the tone that she want to hits and such. I know there is an old saying on the internet, "Cats get stats." So I think a lot of you will be very happy to know that there is a cat named Tux, I believe, on Sylphia's stream that is visible on a webcam. So for those of you that happen to like cats, that's another reason to check out the stream. Oh yes, that is absolutely a saying. I found sweeps through your YouTube channel and your Twitch through. Oh, that's that's actually nice to hear. Nearly logical. But in any case, definitely somebody to check out. And in fact, one of the things that is really nice in terms of being able to talk about Sylphia is that I do sometimes have the challenge of finding people to host at the end of a stream, particularly late streams for me. But, it's a kind of a standard problem almost, where I'm trying to think of the right way to put this, but like, I would like, where I can, to hand someone off, and maybe not necessarily, it doesn't always have to be the same game. Sometimes it can be something sort of in the same ballpark, let's say. This Risket is actually kind of a tempting replacement. So if I put the handyman on this thing, any case, so I'm realizing I'm in danger of saying that Sylphia is the best available. Sylphia is better than that. But definitely a broadcaster that I've enjoyed hanging out with, and someone who I like the geographic distribution that's sort of emerging now, because again, like, where possible, I would like to host rather than just sort of end the stream and, not have anyone to sort of, for people to sort of connect with or to be able to watch. But there's also the very practical matter that sometimes I will stop streaming and there's nobody online. And so having, an Australian broadcaster who's very good is a nice opportunity to feel a little more relaxed in terms of my options. So anyways, it is always a pleasure to see you, Sylphia. I hope you had a good week, and I hope you have some things to look forward to on the weekend. But most of all, I'm just happy to see you here. I imagine I'm not going to want to change any of these assault rifles, so we're going to start scrapping. So first of all, anything that's like white, green, and maybe even blue and purple, we just scrap for parts. I suppose there's a small argument to be made that I should consider hanging on to the or I should maybe consider selling them, because I'll have lots of the green and whites at this point. But we can get rid of the Sidewinder. So right now I'm just trying to get rid of the obvious. Why did I want to hang on to this pistol? Okay, what I'm going to do now is take a look at the duplicates. The Nekotama, so if I have a better sniper anywhere, looks like I don't. Oh, maybe I do. 116 compared to 151. I feel reasonably safe scrapping that. Okay, so we got a pair of Omahas. Got a lot of duplicates. Okay, I already have a Kyubi. Drawing this weapon automatically refills its ammo up to 25%. That is so tempting, but I'm going to resist the urge to hang on to that. Sorry, I realize that inventory management is exactly the kind of content that you're all here to see. But all right, so for the new... This one feels like the more appealing option. Crap. I need to find the pistol with the sight that I had. Can't be the Omaha. Don't think it was the Unity. Oh, hang on. No, it would be the assault rifle that I would have had. Yeah, this one. Okay. Balance is restored. Actually, you know what? This will be easier if I put it by type. Okay. So first pass, we just want to clear out the duplicates. So yeah, we've got 3 news. This one... Yeah, so I don't mind ditching these 2. Okay, for shotguns we've got 4, so 155, 233. Okay, so this one goes for sure. I don't know if I need the double-barreled. I don't remember if it says what the clip is. I think I'll stick with this one. Okay, Warden. Okay. These 2. So we've got the advantage on it right now. And I feel like we can ditch this one. Now, I'm glad that I'm not going by visuals, because like when you look at the clip, it's a little bit clearer. But if I just kind of look at the buy, it's like, green assault rifle. Goodbye, Copperhead. But we're good. Okay. Precision. Okay, yeah. So I've got rid of the duplicates. I am mildly tempted to actually just hang on to the... Well, okay. Except for pistols. So what I'm thinking about now is that I did just switch the pistols, so I'll maybe hang on to my pistols and revolvers to consider the alternatives. But now I should really be narrowing this down to the one I would actually want to use of each type. I'll maybe hang on to one other assault rifle with a slightly better attack speed than this one, because like the attack speed is quite slow. Okay, this fires explosive rounds, so I definitely want to hang on to this one. Precision rifle I only have one of. So if I were to consider the next highest speed with damage, so we've got 26, 29, 47, although 50 on the speed, so this isn't really an improvement. So we'd say 29 is the alternative. 52. Okay, I can see why I struggled. They all have like relative merits. So if I were to pick one submachine gun, which one do I think I would take? So 32, 22, 30, 37. Probably this one. Maybe I can just divide it by subtypes. So there are 3 power submachine guns: the Saratoga, the Guillotine, and the Pulsar. Pulsar actually seems the most attractive in terms of customization, so we'll scrap this one. And I feel like this one looks a bit nicer in terms of... Oh, hang on. That's a tech versus power. I think I'd like this one a little bit more. Okay, I'm almost certainly not going to use a smart one, but... I'd almost certainly use the Dion over the Warden. And I guess I only have one tech submachine gun. Okay, that's... I think I've got a way of dividing this up then. If I had to pick one of these shotguns, probably go for this one. And under pistols, so let's say I'll scrap any smart pistols. I'm just simply not going to use them. Let's never say never. Okay, but the revolvers I should be able to make a decision on. So 84 versus 49. So I guess the question would be, why would I keep the Quasar over the Nova? All right, that's about as narrow as I can make it now. We'll take a quick peek in the... Okay. Katana's down. That'll have to do. Good Lord. I don't even want to begin to think about... Okay, backpack should help me there. So let's sort them by type. And the best that I can do, so I'm never going to use more than 2 of any of these attachments. Should have done this ages ago. I'm not even really looking at the stats for them right now. There are some of these which I might say, like, I'm never going to use that. But I'm hoping that maybe with this reduction, I'll be able to make some more intelligent choices about... now these I actually... I'm a little more reluctant to drop these because I think these are single use only. So it may actually turn out that I benefit from having more than one. Okay, we've got multiple handymans. And I mean, more importantly, like when it comes to the handyman, I've actually, I've already got one equipped, but let's not lose our heads. I know I have got I think I'm pretty sure it's a Jew on the, my assault rifle as well. But like I said, I just wanted to reduce it down to the duplicates. Okay, so one last step on the pistol. So my options here, better ricochet chance, bonus ricochet damage, and higher ricochet crit chance. So this seems like pure benefit. 100% recoil direction reduction. The recoil sounds even better. It won't guarantee a shot on target, but it will certainly help. Okay. So for the assault rifle, my options are, so lower crit chance, that's a non-starter. Better stealth damage, but damage reduction. Again, non-starter. Most of these seem to have some kind of trade-off, which I'm not crazy about. So we'll just leave that. And I'm going to assume it's very... I think it's going to be unlikely that I will change my outfit, but I don't want to... Oh, this is tempting because it is under my suit. So if I put on the Netrunner outfit, nobody really sees it, so... Got my Netrunner onesie on. Yeah. None of these are great, but this at least somewhat fits the profile. Okay. That probably took a lot longer than it was supposed to, and I'm going to pay for it in terms of performance for a little bit, but just walk around. There we go. Let's take a minute and sell off some surplus as well. All right, so under consumables, we have 10 Chateau Delaine 2012. Only 200 bottled. Claim yours. We've got Joe Teal's Okie Hooch, A Taste of Oklahoma. We have got Papa Garson, Hey Ho, and a bottle of rum. I always thought that would be a name for something like a tequila, but We've got Paul Knight, a favorite drink among artists and dreamers. 10 bottles. We have got, is it Romulus? It's got to be Romulus Gin. Take a sip of status. All right. We sold the booze. So the reason why I held off on this particular mission so long is I really don't like the sit and wait. So it says like we're 3:29 a.m. So it'll only take a moment. Let's see what time it is.
See this through, Johnny. Shut it.
Uh-huh. Setting our own pups against us? Do you think that makes you fucking clever?
Gonna regret this.
I'll teach you not to fuck with Yuri.
Oh, man. I actually didn't really know what I was getting into on that mission, too. It took me so long. But that's fine. I think it should just start us off at the beginning of the encounter anyway.
Setting our own pups against us? Do you think that makes you fucking clever? I'll teach you not to fuck
Gonna
with...
regret
Get in
this.
position!
All right. Oh, this is crazy. I can't believe this actually works. Okay, I'm in a bit of trouble here because I basically need time to... Yeah, need time to heal. So there's not a lot of cover in this. This is actually one of the ones that I do find a little bit of trouble with. So I definitely understand the idea of sort of hiding behind cover.
Setting our
Like, so
own pups against us? Do you think that makes you fucking clever? I'll teach you not to fuck
Gonna
with...
regret
Get in
this.
position!
the tabletop game has a pretty lethal combat system. It's very easy to die in Cyberpunk. And I like that that is retained in the game. I am also playing it on a slightly higher difficulty than the default. But it does make it a little awkward when you have encounters like this, where like it's like a boss fight, right? So you're supposed to, you're not supposed to be able to take him out in one. You're not supposed to be able to take him out in one shot, but is that just gonna sit there? Interesting. But yeah, so the big challenge here.
Last words.
Turning your back on the problem again?
Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Okay, let's reload that. Actually, that's interesting. I wonder if it specifically said. Oh man, I'm definitely having crashing problems today. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if maybe it's specifically designed to be a difficult fight that you're scrambling for cover for. We'll see what happens if I can take out Yuri, but anyways, yeah. So the challenge that I run into with some of these, and I think there was one Cyber Psycho encounter that I ran into that had a similar problem. Basically, it's good that the combat is dangerous, but sometimes by necessity, right? The way that the game works is you have these enemies which are more powerful, and they're basically boss fights or equivalent. It creates these situations where you don't have any cover, and all of a sudden there's not a whole lot of elegance to the fight. It's just sort of like run away and try and desperately to find some kind of cover, or just like stand in the middle of the street and just keep firing away, popping med packs where you can, and then just sort of hoping that you last. But let's say if I can do this with a good old-fashioned firefight.
Setting our own pups against us? Do you think that makes you fucking clever? I'll teach you not to fuck
Gonna
with...
regret
Get in
this.
position!
I'll start. So knowing that I may not want to give up too much space early on, I'm going to use the benches as cover first. Okay, it would have been nice to shoot out that grenade, but
Any last words?
You face up!
that grenade's going to be a liability. Oh, come on, health. Oh. So because he's not... Oh, he is chasing me, but I can heal up. There we go. Oh god, I need better aim than that. Okay, that doesn't seem to be something that I can take out at all. I am, however, going to avoid it. So again, I'm kind of back to the out in the open approach. Now, one thing I can do to help myself is go back. So weapon, reboot, short circuit. Part of this is just about buying time.
Fuck. This got ugly fast. Give the old pockets a pick and a poke. Might get a lead on those kids.
There were additional generators in the truck. Good job getting some spares. Have the kid drive them to the hospital. They're not available anymore. Rookie clept them when we let them drive alone. Little Torres guy. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Handle him. Public display? I want his body under the needle. I want those generators back. Understood? Yes, boss. Won't happen again. You better hope so.
Fucker.
Paco's likely hanging somewhere as a warning. Damn it.
Fuck those cunts.
Fucking train wreck. June could be alive by some miracle. Still stand a chance.
As much as I want to leave this as a... Oop. Whee! Whee! I will never get my comeuppance! Given the objective that we currently have, how much you want to bet that Paco didn't make it? I'd love to steal the car, but I have other priorities right now. It was worth a try.
Right. Let's see what's here.
Anderson's clinic, huh? That's brave.
It might be inside, but I'm gonna do a circuit around the place just in case.
Yeah? Oh, yeah?
It's odd. I actually haven't, normally I'm not able to talk with, or like it doesn't feel like I would normally talk with people like that. Okay, so where is this game directing me? Oh, pfft.
Paco.
Plain sight.
It's gotta be. Fuck me.
Leaves the chick. If Hansen suspected her, she'd be swinging up there too.
You can
Maybe.
see.
Who knows?
You can see they didn't actually complete the model here. There is a missing part, but I don't know. Like obviously this was probably a rushed project, so we won't get too strict with them. Hey V, how'd it go? You got the sitch sorted? Paco told me not to go with him because it's his mess and he didn't and he wanted to sort this year's shit himself. Know what up with Paco? Dumbass ain't replying and he got me worried big time. That goofball gotta be the end of me. They got him, Babs. I'm sorry. I'm really, really fucking sorry. Don't even know what to say. Jesus, it's all my fault. I dragged him into this fucking kennel. Where are you? You okay? On my way to Kenya. Choom from Orbital Air did me a solid. Take care, V. Also, fuck Dogtown. Okay, so it's 9:52 p.m. and it didn't take us that long to do that mission, so we kind of lost a day doing that. But I mean, again, it is what it is, right? What else do we have in the journal? So, Reed at the Moth is main story. Tagamura is main story for the base game, as is Ghost Town. I could see myself doing The Beast in Me. I'm actually probably more inclined to see if maybe I can do something about Phantom of Night City, but like I said, that is not an easy one. But I think before anything, seeing as this car is still around, how about I steal a car? Cyber Psycho sighting, Phantom. V seems the Tigers have a Cyber Psycho on their hands, one of their own. Check it out. The Tigers are starting to think there's some vengeful spirit or demon haunting them. I wouldn't rule out the supernatural just yet, but I suspect there are more rational explanations at hand. So if memory serves, the problem with this one is that the target basically escapes into a firefight. So I need to keep the target alive while also taking on a bunch of tiger claws. In addition to the fact it's actually quite a difficult Cyber Psycho. Now, the one thing that was different...
Some fuckers on my ass!
Oh, I didn't even see that one.
I don't want to!
So much for the non-lethal approach with that one. But yeah, so I remember the first time I struggled with it, it was because of the relative difficulty, or like relative level and the cyberware and such. But I do have a feeling that where I'm at in this playthrough, I'm still going to struggle with it. We'll see what we can do, though. Actually, I should say too, Kieran. If you liked the articles, or at least tolerated them, I can't remember how many times you've seen Cyberpunk, and whether or not you've heard me rant about W. Edwards Deming. But there's actually something kind of related to... So what it basically is it's the origin of, it's the reason why like all Cyberpunk games have these Japanese conglomerates taking over the world. Because that is something very specific about the world at the time that the most referenced and probably the foundational Cyberpunk stories were created. But it can actually be traced back to a specific, very cranky statistician. Well, I don't know how cranky he was in like day-to-day life, but I've read his book and he doesn't let up on management. Anyways, it's one that people have had to endure, so I'll let that be an opt-in one. But anybody who's interested, I can share a little bit because I know the books. It's like in a different part of the room I'm in, but it won't take me that long to dig it out.
Watch out, V. Piss someone off.
Oh, this is gonna suck. I do struggle with timer and lose the tail. Okay. This one's a lot harder to get the headshot on. Well, maybe not when he sticks his head out through the roof. You're kidding me. If they make me chase him down, I'm gonna be mad, but we have just an outside chance of being able to make this still. Not if I screw up like this, though.
Final stretch now, just lose the company.
Oh, come on! Maybe.
Oh, yeah, I knew I picked the right merc for the gig. My man will take care of the rest.
Okay. Not my smoothest ride, but we got through it. So yeah, I think I am gonna do Phantom of Night City. I was originally gonna see if I could maybe buy some more cars, but where I can, I would like to get a little bit more Phantom Liberty plot done tonight, but I also figure clearing out the list. Actually, yeah, you know what? Phantom of Night City and then Beast and Me might not be bad for some diversions, and then we can do a little bit more Phantom Liberty story. Mostly just where I can, I would like to have timers ticking down rather than waiting for me. So I figure I can get a couple of the side missions dealt with. And if Phantom of Night City proves too challenging, we can always follow up another time. Maniac! I'd honk my horn at them, but they've mapped that to something that my cyber deck does that I actually don't know and I don't think was ever explained. I might be able to see it in the inventory next time I'm in there, but that's a tomorrow me problem. Okay, that car isn't easy to steal, so I'm going to ignore it. Might have been a little early to get off the highway, but I usually overshoot rather than undershoot. Okay. Again, this is one that I've struggled on in the past, so I'm specifically going to save here. And then we'll see what comes up. So the drawback on this one is, as far as I can tell, there's no way to properly sneak up on the Cyber Psycho in this one. I have tried, and it may have changed with patches, but I think this one I'm committed to the fight. Yeah, so if I recall correctly, I don't have a way of drawing him out. Maybe I do. Ooh, that is promising. I'm going to need to pick up the pace, I think. Oh, you're kidding me. So I'm curious if that's something that the game forces on me, or if that's because I ran out of time on the distraction. So I'm not gonna reset every single time something doesn't go my way, but I do want. I am actually really curious about this one because I remember the last time I tried quite a few different ways to get this resolved stealthily. Yep, okay. Cyberware malfunction would not be a bad idea right about now. There we go.
What the hell is this?
Unresponsive, no pulse. Body sustained severe injuries from a sharp-edged weapon. Arcade Conversation, Norio Akuhara, and Dr. Colin Thevenaz. Hey, those pills you sent me stopped working, but don't worry, I found another way to deal with everything. I found my zen, and now all those tragedies are like water under the bridge in my garden of peace. What about the blackouts, the gaps in your memory? You're not sounding much better. Actually, you sound a bit worse. No, it wasn't memory loss. I freed my consciousness now. Well, then I was somehow shut off, not present. I had to test our people, for they had stopped being present as well. They can't sense the killing, the murderous intentions in the air. What sort of test? And why is there blood on Dokuga? What's going on? I read about the Saki test. I wanted to see if Sota's and Julia's deaths could be avoided. Okay, and what's this test? Did everyone pass? You have to sense your approaching doom and react accordingly. Unfortunately, none have passed the test so far, so I think I found the cause for all my suffering, but I still hope and I will continue my tests. You killed people from your own gang? Norio, put the books down and take your meds. Okay, so this gets quite difficult, but I believe it is possible to knock down a few of the enemies before the fight with the Cyber Psycho. Masaki Isawa, someone zeroed Taki Kozo yesterday. First that accident with Julia, now this. It all started after our boss Soda was killed. They think they're picking us off one by one? If they are, it's by trained hand. Taki's head was lopped clean off with a single slice. No spirit could do that, nor a dime a dozen street punk with a chipped second-hand katana. So what are you suggesting? That one of ours did it? Taki mentioned an ambush, swore that someone was hiding in a tunnel and watching him like a ghost. I told him it must all be in his head. God damn it, and speaking of, where's Norio been lately? Don't think he was at Julia's funeral. Said it was an attack. He doesn't believe it was an accident. I don't know. Last time I saw him, he said that he had to meet with Yagyu Tajima Nokami on a spring day among the cherry blossoms. Maybe the poor guy snapped. I mean, he had a real shock. Lost the two people he cared about most at once. No, he didn't go to any cherry blossom garden. Those are some old samurai legends he tried to give me recently. He said I should read them and think about what they really mean. He said it was a matter of life and death, that he senses the sake. Maybe he has gone off his head. Oh, hi. I am not going to complain about this being bugged.
I am the head of...
In true Cyberpunk fashion, you need 20 headshots on your target, and then you just punch him once to knock him out. And everything's okay. Oh, he's fighting back now. Oh, crap. I wanted to Sonic Shock as well. Or Weapon Whip. Okay. You know, it worked. So there should be a shard for me to read, surely. Apparently not. Norio is alive, managed not to give in to the air of murder. An air of murder, or sake, as Frum calls it in his book Zen Buddhism and Psychoanalysis. The old samurai masters were uncanny in their skill at sensing incoming danger. Clearly this ability didn't pass down to the Tiger Claws, a price they paid dearly for. Some folks like Norio need to know the cause behind everything. He searched high and low for Julia's killers until he found them. At least he didn't die from lingering doubts, or from you. So sorry, just bear with me a second here. So yeah, I'll confess, I'm a little curious how that's supposed to play, because it seems pretty clear to me that like there was a bug, but I'm not sure if I'm actually supposed to run into all these all of these gangers, and they're supposed to be fighting the target, or if the problem was actually that the fight became a lot more complicated with the presence of these tiger claws. I don't know. Anyways, they looked at me funny, so I'm gonna get rid of them. Okay, this one might get a little tricky. Ooh. Okay, big guy didn't seem to care. So the trick now is to see, I think the skull means I can't do a sneak attack. I was wrong about that. All right, let's do Beast in Me. But just give me a quick second before that. I'm never quite sure what the reaction to Cyberpunk is going to be. I know there's a few people who really, really like it, but I also know that the timing doesn't always work for everyone. So I suppose with that in mind, for those of you who like lurking, or maybe those of you who are present and want to engage a little bit more, it's always hard to ask this when the game is up, because of course people who don't care for the game are just simply not going to be in the channel. But if you would like to see something different, I'm not opposed to hearing that kind of feedback. I mean, obviously there's a time and a place for it, but I have noticed a couple of the Cyberpunk streams have been kind of quiet lately. And again, it's not like the numbers aren't the only thing. In fact, not that I want to spend too much time talking about numbers, but one of the big motivators behind trying to avoid streams that would like have a unusually low viewer count was basically for a while it was something that was affecting my ability to get a key for a game, which would kind of count as one of those like things that people want me to stream. And the fact of the matter is the door's already closed on those. So, you know, I'm not streaming those companies' games, so I can say them here. It's not just that. So I actually don't mind it when I hear no from companies. I actually think hearing no, like to me, I like it when I hear no because it means that they actually took the time to acknowledge. But particularly those two companies where I feel that there was something of a rapport. In both of those cases, you know, it's just kind of get ghosted and that's it. And I know some of you know this story in terms of Paradox is actually worse. And, you know, it's a shame, right? Like, it would be nice if I could continue to broadcast the things that people like. But on the other hand, like, it's not like I'm guaranteed it's not like I'm guaranteed a key, right? It's got to be in line with what a company wants to promote. And if they don't see the value in someone like me streaming the game, I don't really think I have any basis for complaint. What I would ask, though, is that if there has been some sort of relationship, at the very least, you know, respond to the email, you know, hi, thank you for your interest. It does not meet our requirements. You know, don't call us, we'll call you. That gives me all the information that I need to know. And I've actually noticed that very frequently that doesn't happen now. So, sorry, just so yeah, I mean, with that in mind, right? Like this isn't supposed to be a a big pity party about whether or not I can get keys for certain things, but it's just the main catalyst for potentially avoiding certain games because of viewer count. That problem doesn't really exist anymore. I mean, again, I'm sure it closes off other opportunities for me, but I mean, it is what it is. Like, I don't really see. There we go. City Center race is the one that I need. The view I've kind of always taken on that is that I think the likelihood of this channel suddenly becoming very popular is pretty remote. But on the odd chance that it does, obviously what that comes down to is just taking the time to, acknowledge the people who were there when it wasn't a big channel. So that would mean, something like a Brace Yourself or a Weather Factory. Clearly those are going to be people whose games that I cover for as long as they are willing to have me cover their games. If a company like Paradox or Hooded Horse wants me to cover their games, like, obviously I'm still doing Old World, and that's because I really like Mohawk Games, and I think it would be a shame for me to take the decisions from their publisher and to say, okay, well, I'm not going to cover this good developer's games anymore. Like, that I don't necessarily like. But if Hooded Host requests or Paradox requests, yes, it will be a question of money. Which, again, probably means that I just won't be doing those games. But yeah, I mean, the main point of it is that I don't quite have the same. There isn't quite the same pressure in terms of doing a certain kind of game to preserve any existing relationships, because effectively the relationships that cared about the viewer numbers are gone. Okay.
Claire, you coming? I'm already here.
Great. Be there in a flash, promise.
Right on. See you soon.
Wait, hold up. Which rig are we using?
Yours.
Okay. Beast's ready to roar. Be right over. Later.
I should have taken a look at what time it was.
Hey, I bet a bundle on our win. Losing's just not an option, eh?
Hey, look, Samson.
Hey, thought I'd hit you up. Tool's coming back to his old self slowly but surely. Sometimes he wakes up screaming random catchphrases from Lena's BDs, but overall things are looking up. Store isn't doing great though, but that's Dogtown for you. No point holding out hope. Sorry to hear about the store, but good news about Tool. Leaving him like that could have ended badly, maybe for good. If only Tool stopped calling me Little Suka. Or a Little Suka.
Be embarrassing to lose to a rookie.
Chill. Gunk will probably crash out on the first bend.
Yo, Haywood! We at home here. Feel me?
Hey, V. Good to see you. So how's it look to you?
Seem to be a lot of corpos taking part.
How can you tell?
Used to be one. Letting off steam after hours was key. It was either that or stress, burnout, and a trip in a trauma team ambulance.
People don't have heart attacks on this circuit, but ambulances come in handy.
No consequences for corpses in these races?
Cops don't care who dies. They just funnel the data through their accident reports.
A bullet to the brain counts as traffic fatality.
Depends on the street.
Any tips before we roll?
Don't take your foot off the chew. My job will be to slow everyone else down. Ultimately, it'll be speed, not firepower, that'll win us this race.
Go fast. Got it.
Oh, take this shard.
What's this for?
It'll show you the route. You'd be driving blind without it. We need to hit all the checkpoints or we'll be disqualified. If you want to hang a bit, do. I'll be in the rig.
When do we start?
The shard. It's all...
Root S&C R-Master V77. Welcome to the adrenaline-fueled world of Night City Racing. Leave the competition in a mess of twisted metal, and maybe one day you'll join the ranks of all-time greats like Gray Falcone, Krista Margaret, and Dean Russell. Burn your name into the streets and be remembered forever. The Shard will guide. It will be your guide in this year's 4-route circuit, 3 in the city, 1 in the Badlands. Teams who finish at least 2 of the qualifiers in the top 3 will earn their spot in the finals with a chance to take on last year's champion, Peter Sampson. Roots NC R-Master V77 is pre-programmed with an overlay that'll guide you on the track in real time via your optical implant's HUD. This includes countdown to start, total number of required checkpoints, route duration, current time and standings, number of checkpoints crossed, a live feed of the race announcer. I wish you good luck and clean turns, R-Master. The software is virus-free and data encrypted. R-Master reserves the right to upload changes to the route data as necessary prior to the race start.
Hold on there.
Interesting. I wonder if I'll see what happens when Claire gets in the car. Yeah, there's no saving.
Come back to me in one piece, baby. Nothing missing, got it? I love you.
Last bets. Don't miss your chance to win. First elimination rally coming up. Everyone ready? Not like it matters. Too late to back out anyway. Strap in, pray to your gods, and get ready to go for pay dirt. 3, 2, 1. Covering fire!
No! I could have swerved.
Good luck with that. Hold on.
You're kidding me. I mean, that was totally on me, but... Good lord. I might reset the race.
Code 0. I repeat, code 0 in this area. All units resume normal duties.
Just because I've been crashing into the walls too many times, but let's see if we can have a heroic return.
Hold on.
Keep it up.
Don't jinx it.
Okay, this is a little easier to maintain first, if I remember. So 8 more points.
Don't jinx it.
I definitely need her to take out the second place. Anyway, we got it.
We fucking won! First place!
You sound surprised.
First fucking place! It's not that I'm surprised, it's just...
I know, first place. I heard you.
Let's hold up at the finish line a minute, just in case.
You got it.
You forget something? You ready to talk?
Do these races every year?
My 4th time this. First time out I won. It gets you hooked. I can't give it up now.
Can't or won't?
What's the difference?
You do this for the eddies, the wins, the glory? Why do you race? It's like you've got...
Jesse, how are you doing?
Focus.
You don't like winning?
Depends on what I stand to gain. And
just give
what
me
I
a
gotta
second.
Put in.
Yeah. Price can be pretty high.
Did you say you lost your last driver?
Can we not talk about it?
Yeah, sure.
Need a lift to the shop?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's go.
There might be some dialogue in here, but let me just take a quick second while we're setting up. For those of you who don't know, Jesse is a broadcaster who is an English broadcaster, does actually have experience doing Spanish videos on YouTube, and then also is bilingual. So obviously there. Actually, I can't even say bilingual because she's learning Japanese as well. So. In fact, I was going to give you a little bit of the etymology, so we talked about philosophy and the pronunciation for it, but the conversation moved on to something else. But what I was going to do was actually tell you the origin. Actually, you know what? I'll do this here. Now, there's going to be some dialogue, so I'm going to take a minute just aside from the game, and then I'll get back to your shout out, and then we can get back to it. But it was kind of neat to hear you pronounce philosophy, but there's actually something kind of neat specifically in terms of the origins of that word. So the first part, the philo, is one of the Greek words for love, and there's different types of love. So every once in a while you will hear different terms for people who are really into something. So for instance, if you're really into books, you're a bibliophile. And if you are, let's say you're really into Chinese culture, you'll refer to that as being a Sinophile. And then Sino is usually attached to anything related to China. So, and basically there's a bunch of there's basically a bunch of different files that you can either, well, usually you put it at the end, but I think it actually, let me just double check it. I believe it is glossophile, but let me make sure. Yes. All right. So I'll explain glossophile in a bit. But the other part that is interesting is the Sophie part. So Sophia, in this case, this would be knowledge. And so philosophy means a love of knowledge. But the main reason why I wanted to talk about the etymology of philosophy is so that I can talk about the word glossophile or glossophilia, which would be a love of languages, which I definitely think counts for Jesse in the Stars. So again, Jesse comes from Mexico, now lives in Vancouver, is someone who taught English and also is an English speaker, but is taking the time to learn Japanese. And she loves Sonic, she loves Pokemon. You get to see a lot of those on her stream. But on top of that, she's also been doing some cooking streams lately, including an Oreo cake and some very delicious looking Pokemon pasta. Not as in like it was SpaghettiOs, but shaped like Pokemon, but rather her own pasta dish from a Pokemon cookbook, but she definitely put her own touch on it. So a wonderful stream, and someone who at the moment is supporting herself both through streaming but also through emotes. So for those of you who are looking for emotes or badges or any of the other items on here, I do know that Yessie is available and looking for work. I know I don't have a very large audience, but maybe the VOD will help you with that. In any case, I do want to take the time to shout out when people are available. And we've had a couple of other people who do that as well, so I usually like to mention them when they're in the channel. But I'm very, very happy to see you, Yessie, and I will actually share. So for the people in chat, there is actually a fun story about Yessie specifically. I guess it counts as a compliment. I don't think it was originally intended, or maybe it was intended as a compliment, but it was actually a very fun impression of me. And there will be some details that I share. But I wanted to get a little bit of story progress, and I think you said that you're doing dinner, so I don't know if you're going to have a minute, but you're gonna get some tea facts, Yessie. But I figure I'll give people a chance to come in. We'll have a little bit of story, and then I'm gonna switch to just chatting for a little bit because I think you'll get a kick out of this. This is also a base game mission. Cyberpunk's actually a really interesting one to have you in the channel for, Yessie, because I can say, I know you are interested in Japan and Japanese culture, so if you are curious, I can actually tell you the story of why all the Cyberpunk stories have these Japanese conglomerates taking over the world. There's actually a very specific historical and economic reason for that being the case, and I can put it down to one man named W. Edwards Deming. I'll definitely share that with you. That's not going to be the just chatting thing that I switch for. I'll try and do this in order, but it'll give me a chance to catch up with. It'll give me a chance to get the book as well. I thought there was going to be some dialogue on this, but I'll ask you, Yessie, and this can be free for anybody, but Yessie's the one who's currently talking in chat. How far have you gotten in this game, or what parts of the story have you seen? I always thought there was dialogue in this, so. She's a better driver than I am. I think you could only see it in streams because you don't have any console to play it on. Oh, okay. So yeah, for this one, this is the bartender at the Afterlife Club. The Afterlife is an interesting place because first of all, it's set in an old mortuary. It's where all of the sort of the legends of Night City hung out. And some of the most influential and some of the most famous of the Cyberpunk characters get a drink named after them. But the condition, the thing that has to happen to you before you get a drink named after you is you have to die. And so our friend Jackie Wells ordered a Johnny Silverhand, and then asked for his, gave Claire the instructions for his own drink, and then he died on the mission that we saw. Oh, you've seen almost the entire story. Okay, so you actually probably know more about V than I do. I don't know if you've seen Phantom Liberty or not, but that's the one that we're on right now. And we'll actually be going on to more of the Phantom Liberty story anyway, as soon as we get our trip done. Okay, what I'll do, because I hope that we're getting to the end of this trip. One way or another, it seems like Claire's not going to have anything to say to us. I'm going to share with some of you, for those of you who are not yet convinced that Sonic and Pokemon and multiple languages are a good thing, I love Jackie. So okay, actually, I know this is going to be very uncharacteristic because I know you don't hear me say foul language. One of my favorite. I don't even know if this counts as a bug. Actually, this one may not be so bad after all. So one of my favorite bugs in the game. It's when I'm on the first mission, and I've done everything. I've done everything stealthily, and I don't know what happened. Okay. Claire kicked me out and ran me over. So one of my favorite things was that seemingly out of nowhere, I'm like creeping up on these Arasaka agents, and then I hear Jackie yell, "I see you, cabrons!" and just starts opening fire like right in front of one of the guards. And I actually thought that I was going to be in the middle of like a fight. But because it wasn't me that triggered the guards, essentially he's just sitting there firing away with both guns while the guards are just sort of a little they're off of their paths. They're like half reacting to it, but it's not fully what it was. So anyways, they did seem to patch that out, but yeah. Anyways, that was probably my favorite Jackie moment. Okay, so for those of you, and actually this is wonderful because of the drink I have in front of me. For those of you that want to know, that want another excuse to watch Jesse's streams, one of my favorite compliments, I'll say, has actually come from watching Jesse's stream, and it happened recently. So Jesse is so actually. Some of you who've watched me stream will know specifically why I like watching her stream. I have a very particular way of talking, and I don't deliberately want to alienate people with my vocabulary. I'm not trying to talk myself up. This is the way that I talk, but I also recognize that it is not necessarily a standard way for a lot of people. And of course, this can be quite challenging, especially if English is not your first language. And this even happened to me when I was working in a Starbucks in Vancouver, because there would be a lot of people from Japan on working holiday visas. So, I do my best, and I've always wanted to, where I can, share whatever knowledge I have. So if somebody asks me the definition for a word, I'm happy to share it, and specifically try and go into things like the definition of not just like for philosophy, not just the definition of the word, but also the origins of it, because I think it's kind of fun to learn a little bit. I think it's fun to learn a little bit about where certain words come from and how they relate to other ones. That's another vehicle for me to steal. But what I liked the most was that I gave a sort of a longish and complicated message, and Jessie decided to read it out, but she said that I'm going to read it the way that System Shock reads it. And she takes this incredibly posh posture. She sort of raises her hand and gives this very crisp oratory. It was delightful. I laughed out loud because I am anything but posh. But it was absolutely wonderful to see it. So anyways, I mentioned this in Jessie's stream. I think this was yesterday. And she sort of gave this description because, of course, I don't have a camera. But she says, it's like, the way that you speak, you imagine this person with a monocle and a glass of tea. And unfortunately, my butler I sent him out to polish the monocle, so I don't have the monocle right now. But I do, in fact, have a tea in front of me. And you are about to enjoy something that longtime viewers of this stream have probably had to put up with about 4 or 5 times. Because I do, in fact, drink quite a bit of tea. And it's actually a British tea that I'm drinking. It's Yorkshire Gold. But I imagine that the teacup that you... No, you're... Actually, for what it's worth, you know that I wish that I was better at French than I am. But a friend of mine from Paris, she was at UBC when I was there. And in fact, one of my French teachers at school did point out that being able to be funny in a language communicates that you know more than you might think, because like you obviously need to understand the language well enough to be able to sort of structure it. Like English is beautiful for telling jokes because you can kind of put the words anywhere, and so you can always put the punchline at the end. Aegis Sounder, how you doing? So anyways, the one thing that I always liked doing with French was to tell jokes. So, and yes, actually, maybe this is another good reason for checking out Jessie in the Stars, and that is her her sense of humor. But the only correction I will give you on this image of the monocled tea drinking system chalk is that probably the teacup that you imagine almost looks like a half circle, right? It's in a saucer and it's sort of small and it's quite round. Well, obviously it's round. It's all cups are round, but it's probably wider than it is tall. And what you are now going to hear is an essay about tea. I think you might like this. But I do have a question for you. I'm going to switch to just chatting for a little bit while we do this. Are you familiar at all with an English author named George Orwell? And his most probably best known works would be 1984 or Animal Farm. But I'm not sure how... I know you've taught English, but I don't know, like for English speaking, for English speakers, people who kind of came up through the North American school system, chances are you may have read one of those books as part of the English education. If we're doing English, it's usually because we're reading English literature, whereas I know your English teaching usually probably involves more rules of grammar. But I'm curious if you're familiar at all with George Orwell. And I apologize because I know you're also making dinner, so I didn't want to turn this into a quiz. Actually, if you can just give me a second, I'm going to get the other book, which is about why cyberpunk stories are full of Japanese conglomerates. So I'm going to be back in just 1 second. It gave me a chance to put on the kettle and get more of my tea. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to assume if someone's not familiar with George Orwell, it's not critical, but the only thing really to know is that he was a British writer, in fact, quite an impressive person, as well as being a very good writer. He fought in the Spanish Civil War. He did radio, but is best known for his work Animal Farm and 1984, both of which I highly recommend if you've never read them. But the specific reason I want to read this, specifically for Jessie, is so that we can correct the image of the teacup that I'm holding, that I have this nice mug, and this will be the essay to explain why. So this is called A Nice Cup of Tea by George Orwell. And this is written, I think, just after World War II. He actually wrote this for a newspaper. If you look up tea in the first cookery book that comes to hand, you will probably find that it is unmentioned, or at most you will find a few lines of sketchy instructions which give no ruling on several of the most important points. This is curious, not only because tea is one of the mainstays of civilization in this country, as well as in Erie, Australia, and New Zealand, but because the best manner of making it is the subject of violent disputes. When I look through my own recipe for the perfect cup of tea, I find no fewer than 11 outstanding points. On perhaps 2 of them, there would be pretty general agreement, but at least 4 others are acutely controversial. These are my own 11 rules, every one of which I regard as golden. First of all, one should use Indian or Ceylonese tea. China teas have virtues that are not to be despised nowadays. It is economical and one can drink it without milk, but there is not much stimulation in it. One does not feel wiser, braver, or more optimistic after drinking it. Anyone who has used that comforting phrase, a nice cup of tea, invariably means Indian tea. Secondly, tea should be made in small quantities, that is, in a teapot. Tea out of an urn is always tasteless, while army tea, made in a cauldron, tastes of grease and whitewash. The teapot should be made of china or earthenware. Silver or Britannia-ware teapots produce inferior tea, and enamel pots are worse, though curiously enough, a pewter teapot, a rarity nowadays, is not so bad. Thirdly, the pot should be warmed beforehand. This is better done by placing it on the hob than by the usual method of swilling it out with hot water. Fourthly, the tea should be strong. For a pot holding a quart, if you are going to fill it nearly to the brim, 6 heaped teaspoons would be about right. In a time of rationing, this is not an idea that can be realized on every day of the week, but I maintain that 1 strong cup of tea is better than 20 weak ones. All true tea lovers not only like their tea strong, but like it a little stronger with each year that passes, a fact which is recognized in the extra ration issued to old age pensioners. Fifthly, the tea should be put straight into the pot, no strainers, muslin bags, or other devices to imprison the tea. In some countries, teapots are fitted with little dangling baskets under the spout to catch stray leaves, which are supposed to be harmful. Actually, one can swallow tea leaves in considerable quantities without ill effect, and if the tea is not loose in the pot, it never infuses properly. Sixthly, one should take the teapot to the kettle and not the other way around. The water should actually be boiling at the moment of impact, which means that one should keep it on the flame while one pours. Some people add that one should only use water that has been freshly brought to the boil, but I have never noticed that it makes any difference. Seventhly, after making the tea, one should stir it, or better, give the pot a good shake afterwards, allowing the leaves to settle. Eighthly, one should drink out of a good breakfast cup, that is, the cylindrical type of cup, not the flat, shallow type. The breakfast cup holds more, and with the other kind, one's tea is always half cold before one has well started on it. Ninthly, one should pour the cream off the milk before using it for tea. Milk that is too creamy always gives tea a sickly taste. Tenthly, one should pour the tea into the cup first. This is one of the most controversial points of all. Indeed, in every family in Britain, there are probably 2 schools of thought on the subject. The milk first school can bring forward some fairly strong arguments, but I maintain that my own argument is unanswerable. This is that, by putting the tea in first and stirring as one pours, one can exactly regulate the amount of milk, whereas one is liable to put too much in if one does it the other way around. Lastly, tea, unless one is drinking it in the Russian style, should be drunk without sugar. I know very well that I am in the minority here. But still, how can you call yourself a true tea lover if you destroy the flavor of your tea by putting sugar in it? It would be equally reasonable to put in pepper or salt. Tea is meant to be bitter, just as beer is meant to be bitter. If you sweeten it, you are no longer tasting the tea. You are merely tasting the sugar. You can make a very similar drink by dissolving sugar in plain hot water. Some people would answer that they don't like tea in itself, that they only drink it in order to be warmed and stimulated, and that they need the sugar to take the taste away. To those misguided people, I would say, try drinking tea without sugar for, say, a fortnight, and it is very unlikely that you will ever want to ruin your tea by sweetening it again. These are not the only controversial points to arise in connection with tea drinking, but they are sufficient to show how subtilized the whole business has become. There is also the mysterious social etiquette surrounding the teapot. Why is it considered vulgar to drink out of your saucer, for instance? And much might be written about the subsidiary uses of tea leaves, such as telling fortunes, predicting the arrival of visitors, feeding rabbits, healing burns, and sweeping the carpet. It is worth paying attention to such details as warming the pot and using the water that is using water that is really boiling, so as to make quite sure of wringing out of one's ration the 20 good strong cups that 2 ounces properly handled ought to represent. The Evening Standard, the 12th of January, 1946. And yes, this is George Orwell. Very good question. Yes, Orwell is silent on the matter of honey. I suspect he probably would not agree with the use of honey as well. But that is actually that's a good point that you just brought up. So let me just catch up with chat here. So He just says white tea is better. This is one thing I love about this essay is every single time I have read this, people are like, okay, yeah, I can get along with this. I can get along with this. And then there's always one point where they're like, no, this is wrong. So we lost Aegis at point number 1. He prefers white tea, which I do believe is in fact a China tea. But really, Aegis, can you say that? Do you really feel wiser, braver, or more optimistic after drinking it? Invariably, we mean Indian tea when we when we mean that. Yes, he says, I love tea. I can't drink coffee, and I'm loving this text. That's wonderful. I think I put the link inside there. Now, it does say here that the material remains under copyright in some jurisdictions, including the US. But I believe in Canada, Orwell's text became in the public domain just before our copyright laws changed. So I think it is just the US. Yeah, so if you're in the US, don't listen to what I just read. But anyways, yes, feel free to share that whenever you would want. And he just uses a metal tea cage and stone or clay mugs. Okay, I actually just have an IKEA mug in front of me. But yeah, the reason why, I mean, so number one, it's always fun to read essays, particularly for somebody who like Yessie, who's very kind about my reading and my rhetoric. But I thought as soon as she gave this image of somebody with a monocle drinking, holding a cup of tea, I immediately thought of this essay in point number 8. Eighthly, one should drink it out of a good breakfast cup. That is the cylindrical shape type of cup, not the flat, shallow type. The breakfast cup holds more, and with the other kind, one's tea is always half cold before one has well started on it. So you can update your image to somebody with a monocle and a cup of tea, but it will be a breakfast mug of tea instead of one of those fancy ones. And on that note, I actually just put the kettle on while I was reading that. So if you don't mind, I'm going to go refill my tea. It'll just take me a second, and then we can go back to other topics. Unless you'd like me to read other things, because I did write 2 essays, which I'd be happy to share with you if there was interest in me reading. But we can go back to Cyberpunk too. I used to have a mustache. Actually, so Brian did see me a couple of years ago when they first lifted the COVID restrictions. So when he saw me, I had a big beard. Like it kind of went down to my nipples. I do not have a mustache right now, but I actually probably have a photo of the lower part of my face with the very like British Empire kind of mustache. So I can probably match that description as well. I think a mustache will be a perfect match with your IKEA mug. Delightful. Okay. If there's no more desire for essays, and I'll just, the reason I mentioned this, if we go to System Talk, Assorted Rantings, I did 2 essays on gaming, but I can leave that for people to read on their own if they don't want me to read on stream. But give me a quick second, and I can go back to Phantom Liberty. Oh, did I not? Okay, sorry. Looks like I didn't wind up in just chatting anyway. It looks like we're actually on Cyberpunk still anyway. Apologies. I thought I switched it to... Oh, no, I am in just chatting. What's going on here? There we go. Okay. It says, your story with tea is sad. The doctor prohibited you from drinking black, red, and green tea because they alter the metabolism. Oh, no. So I guess that would mean that actually, that means that we get to do another word that you may not hear very often. So does that mean you're drinking herbal teas? Yes. So there is actually another name for herbal tea. So have you ever heard of the word tisane? I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let's I can never use the pronunciation. You have, okay, yes. So there are some people who actually feel quite strong about the use of the word tea, and what they're specifically looking for is like the specific tea plant, and herbal teas should be called tisanes. I am not that strict about it, but you call them like, oh, that's interesting, tisana? I always thought tisane was a particular way of preparation. So my understanding of it is that it refers to all beverages that are an infusion of herbs, spices, and plant material, I think is the official definition, which incidentally would count the actual tea itself. I'll look it up. Camellia sensis? Again, my pronunciation is not so good on these because I have only ever read these words. But I mean, I'm not strict enough. I notice all of the English packaging that I see always refers to it as herbal tea. I've never actually seen in a store something that calls it a tisane, but someone has gifted me an herbal tea which actually had herbal tea and tisane on it. So interesting. Anyways, I always like the tea conversations because I learn something new. But I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you putting up with me having my tea moment. I'm going to steal this car, and then we're going to talk about. Then we're going to talk about the
Getting reamed! Fuck!
It's usually the easiest way to deal with a hacker is just a headshot. But yeah, we'll talk about why Japanese corporations seem to be taking over the world in every Cyberpunk story. Oh, David's Tea. I've been there. I used to like them because they'd have a really inexpensive Earl Grey and a really inexpensive... Like, it's basically everything's like teal in that store, right? But yeah, they... one of their sales associates was like really aggressive at selling me a very expensive tea, so I switched to Yorkshire Gold after. So I'm just going to see if I can get a little bit more responsiveness in the game. Okay, so some of you may know that in history there was a war that involved the whole world. And they had such a good time with it, they called it the Great War.
Just a request. Don't bang her up or I'll lose a buyer. Believe in you, Chupata.
But then, because they thought it was such a great war, they had another one. And they called that one the Second World War. And some of you might have seen this movie Oppenheimer in terms of how that Second War ended in terms of the fight with Japan. But what's notable, of course, about the U.S. occupation of Japan is that they didn't sort of come in as conquerors and turn Japan into another state. What they did was they sort of brought about this reform of the country. But what's equally interesting about Japan is that obviously the country was completely, bombed out. There was tremendous destruction. There was a lot of rebuilding that needed to happen. But one of the things that happened was there were a number of statisticians and economists in various types. So it wasn't just a military operation, but there was a civilian component to help rebuild the Japanese economy. And one of the people who was brought in from sort of the, I think it was the U.S. Census Bureau. I might be wrong in terms of the individual department. But it was this individual named W. Edwards Deming. And one of the things that he presented, in addition to the work that he was doing, was this method. Oh, God, what was it called? I have the book beside me, but I don't want to bang up the ride. In any case, while he was in Japan, what he did was he... No! Okay, looks like they're not counting that against me. Although the police are looking for me now. Oh boy. I'm about to get pincered by the cops. Crap. It might be an idea for me to get out of the vehicle, actually. Yeah, I should have got out. Good lord, what happened to the frame rate? I wonder if I can go to the map. Oop, yeah. I can, but it wasn't necessary. Oh, trauma team's involved too. Alright, I deserve that. Oh yeah, no worries, Yessie. They'll actually give me a chance to get the facts straight in terms of W. Edwards Deming. No problem. If you don't get a chance to come back before, let me know, and I will. Well, I'll know if you don't come back. If you are interested, I'm happy to share. I'm happy to share this story with you another time because I think it's very interesting. And actually, I'll ask the rest of chat because we have Aegis and Selphea here. So the reason why I was going to share the story of W. Edwards Deming with Yessie was just because I know she's learning Japanese. But if anybody is interested in that story, while we wait, I'm happy to just tell it either twice or to tell it in different ways. If anybody wants me to continue, I'm happy to do so. I wanted to make sure that I left the option open for Yessie. But if folks are interested in hearing about something else, I'm happy to.
All good, all good. Let's go, go, go. Check the courts.
The other thing that's actually interesting about this story is there's a second part to it now. There were a set of conditions. So essentially, the one thing that I can say about the cyberpunk world is that whatever fears of globalization that were present around the late 70s and 80s, obviously, it didn't turn out in the case of Japan. Japan experienced sort of a lost decade. But a large part of, so there are a number of economic policies that have been kind of holding for Japan for a really long time, and those have stopped. There's a lot that's changing in Japan now. And in fact, they're having to bring back a number of people from that boom time to kind of deal with a state of the economy that the country hasn't seen in such a long time. So there's sort of an interesting Japan 2.0. Well, it's not like Japan went away, but there's kind of an interesting 2.0 part to the Japanese boom story. I was talking with Ellen Ripley about it when it first came up, but I was noticing, I think it was The Economist. Anyways, there was a magazine that had an article on this, and it kind of seems like the trend has continued. So I'm curious if maybe we'll get a chance to talk about old 1980s Japanese traders being brought back to deal with the shifts in monetary policy. I'm gonna see if I can find that photo with the mustache to complement the. The mug. Okay. It's funny, if I don't annoy the police, it's actually a lot easier to bring this thing back in one piece.
This is Maximum Mike, the voice of Night City.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm pretty sure that was Mike Pondsmith,
Not gonna lie, V.
the author of Cyberpunk.
Thanks for the help, V. My chum will do the finishing touches.
Oh, here's a question. This is going to be totally unrelated to what we were talking about before. Are there many tabletop gamers in chat? I'm specifically thinking of tabletop RPGs. Alright, who is this? Okay, this is a Maelstrom Fanatic versus... Oh, versus the police. Alright, I can help. Only ever played D&D yourself, but you have a friend who's played several others. Out of curiosity, what are some of the others that your friend has played? If you know, like if you don't, it's not. It's definitely not a quiz on people's familiarity with this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick look at my log, but I'm pretty sure. So we've got Psycho Killer, Fool on the Hill, Tomorrow Never Knows. Actually, maybe finding the last Tarot graffiti would be good. But yeah, I'd say Get It Together is the obvious next choice. Pathfinder, something about Vampire the Masquerade, out of curiosity. Oh. This is interesting. It doesn't really clearly say what's in Dogtown and what isn't. I suspect this is not in Dogtown, but this is. So I think maybe we'll try this one first. Okay, cool. So I read something interesting. I'll be honest with you, I haven't done enough tabletop gaming to be able to say whether or not this is true. But there is a sci-fi role-playing system that's a very, very old one. It doesn't predate Dungeons & Dragons. So far as I can tell, Dungeons & Dragons was sort of the first, at least mainstream tabletop RPG. But Traveler seems to have been a very unique kind of game. In fact, I don't know. So the weird game that I could say I know wound up influencing video games. I know it actually had an influence on XCOM, which would not seem like an obvious reference. But my guess is that Traveler probably had some influence on games like Elite, which of course its current iteration is Elite Dangerous. And of course Elite had its own influences, so I know Grand Theft Auto actually lists Elite as a reference. I wouldn't be surprised if Starfield had was inspired by Traveler. But what's interesting about Traveler was that some people have described it as they've described it sort of as a toolkit for telling science fiction stories as opposed to necessarily being a setting in its own right. Now, the current iterations of it, and I believe in general it has sort of developed its own setting, but that wasn't sort of the main point. So for instance, if you get, I think Mongoose Traveler is the one that is sort of the big mainstream product. There is one by the original designer called Traveler 5, but it is... I actually have it, and I want to like it more than I do, but the layout is very, very confusing. So I definitely consider the Mongoose one to be a little bit easier to follow. But I heard this wonderful description of the game, and they sort of said that Dungeons & Dragons is a very gamey kind of game. So you have a character, and you have levels, and you have this goal of achieving higher levels and achieving, higher skill points and more loot and so on and so forth. Making your stats go higher, right? The number go up factor. But Traveler tends to slow. So you generally start with these competent characters, and they have their skills, but their skills also will grow much slower. Combat is quite rare in the game. And instead it is focused a lot more on sort of trade and, political intrigue and again, the emphasis in this case being they wanted to put down storytelling. And again, that's not to imply that D&D doesn't have storytelling. Baldur's Gate 3 clearly is a very successful game that has used that rule system to tell a particular story. But the distinction that people have sort of driven, it was essentially somebody sort of saying, what's the point of 1977 Traveler? And someone basically said is that D&D would be a game where you level up and it's enough to sort of say, here's a dungeon, the bad guys are in there, go get rid of them. And in the case of Traveler, it is a lot more about telling a particular kind of story and building a system in which every kind of science fiction story can be told. So I'm kind of back to reading the Traveler stuff again. Again, I'll note that the Mongoose books are definitely more than just a toolkit for telling science fiction stories. It definitely seems to be one that has a specific setting as well. But I imagine that that's probably the modern conventions of RPGs sort of having an influence on modern releases of Traveler. Anyways, one of the reasons why I wanted to point this out. So one of the interesting connections in terms of the history of gaming is there's a company called FASA. FASA got its start creating Traveler adventures. So you'll probably have heard of FASA for BattleTech or Shadowrun, or possibly both. There was also Crimson Skies and Earth Dawn, but I think probably people are most familiar with MechWarrior or BattleTech/MechWarrior and Shadowrun. But again, it's a game where, or it's a company which had its origins in. Okay, I have to get that one. It's just too close to. I'm gonna ping them. I'm also gonna take a minute and see if I can get a couple frames back. I know Dogtown always makes my computer struggle a little bit.
They're out of their fucking minds. I didn't do anything to them. You gotta protect me.
Interesting.
Securing the perimeter.
So one of the things that I found kind of interesting on the tabletop side is that there's a pretty good podcast called Designer Notes. This is hosted by Soren Johnson and now Layla Johnson. These would be two kind of, I guess the term might be principal at Mohawk Games. But what's really interesting about that series is with all of the designers that they talk to, there actually seems to be this really common thread of a lot of them getting their start in playing D&D. Now, I think some of this is going to reflect the age of the individuals who are speaking. So like, you know, there's a certain period of time when like D&D was the thing you would do if you were, you know, a nerd looking for a game to play. And that may not be, I mean, D&D is certainly a popular thing now. I was not expecting to see that guy. Good lord, I'm bad at this. Okay. I need to make some... I need to distract some people, or I need to take some people out. I think I'm going to start with a system collapse on this guy. Yeah.
For fuck's sake!
Grabbing some big guns!
I really messed this one up.
Fuck yeah!
Frame rate doesn't help, incidentally, but... Anyways, what I kind of wanted to talk about a little bit was just this idea of tabletop being a more natural, a more natural introduction to game design. And you can see why, right? Because like the idea of playing a game like Cyberpunk is very exciting, and it can even be inspiring. God, I cannot hit the broadside of the barn right now.
Explosives, watch out! Fucking me! Take that flank! Grabbing some big guns!
I'm running out of cover.
No way out now!
I need to get rid of that connection before the... I really need to get my frames back, by the way. Sorry, I will finish the thought. I just need to... I need to get to a happy place.
Grabbing some big guns!
It was worth a try. Alright, that was incredibly messy, but it seemed to do the trick, so... So might as well get the goods before we go any further. So anyways, I think there's something kind of interesting about this idea of D&D being a better pipeline to a game development career than... what some might consider to be sort of the traditional method, you know, like being a comp sci major or something like that. I actually don't see a path to opening this here. So we do if we do E9 here, we get to this BD, but this doesn't give us the 7A. So if I tried, so I guess if I did something like 7A, 1C, E9, BD. Okay, yeah. But yeah, basically this idea of a system that allows you to sort of run your own game, and so as part of running your own game, there's going to be this experience of sort of making a story, making a dungeon for someone to go through. But on top of that, this idea of something like Traveler being a system which is focused on giving you a set of rules with the expectation like that you would be making your own adventure. I think it's kind of neat to think about in terms of the history of gaming, but I'm actually also kind of interested in it in terms of what's happened with games right now. So one thing that you might notice is that there's sort of games around, I guess, the 90s or 2000s. And they had some mods that were made for them. And those mods have become games that are still successful today. So I'm thinking of Dota. I'm thinking, or League of Legends as well. I'm thinking of Counter-Strike. So, you know, Counter-Strike is a mod for Half-Life, I think. And then, no, it has to be Half-Life. It's the Valve connection. God, I'm really tempted to get that car. I will resist the temptation. I am, however, going to save the game and close and reopen it just to see if I can get a slightly better frame rate. Then there's Team Fortress 2, which I think is a sequel to a Half-Life. Actually, so I think it was a Half-Life mod, but I also think it was a Quake or Quake 2 mod as well. So sorry, I covered Dota, I covered Counter-Strike, I covered Team Fortress. But yeah, so I mean, there's this period of gaming in which this idea of modifying the game is, you know, that's part of the experience and possibly becoming the reason you get the game. I know this is sometimes true for some other games as well. So I know for some people, like, they like playing. By the way, I can't jump back into Phantom Liberty until it lets me. I think it needs to upload the save, cloud save. Anyways, it's keeping me out, so you're gonna have to put up with my talk for a while longer. But yeah, so you have a period of gaming where it feels like the games are open enough that people are able to do mods, and those mods potentially become, you know, more influential than the base game itself, which I think is kind of interesting. And maybe even more interesting, the fact that these are actually still money makers for people. And then, of course, you have things like Team Fight Tactics that has its origins in a Dota mod called Auto Chess. Dota has Dota Underlords, and I think Auto Chess actually has its own standalone game now. But, you know, that's effectively a mod of a mod at this point. But then the other trend that you see would be things like Roblox, but not just Roblox. Fortnite is going this direction, and then Build a Rocket Boy in the UK. This is Les Benzies, formerly of Rockstar. I guess his most recent project would have been Grand Theft Auto 5. Anyways, their game Everywhere seems to have like two components. One is like a game that they are building in Everywhere, I think the point of everywhere is that people will be building their own. So, and then all of this kind of seems to have its origin in Roblox, which, if you are into it, you know how big it is, but it feels like people tend not to pay a whole lot of attention to it if they're not already into it. But now, rather than just mods, these seem to be games that are effectively built around the idea of building your own game in them. And I mean, to a certain extent, this is the effort to sort of be like the Facebook of gaming, I think. But it kind of brings me back to this idea of like D&D versus Traveler, a game that you pick up specifically for the game parts of it, the D&D, which is clearly very successful. I mean, I suspect that D&D is more successful than Traveler. But then you have the idea of a game, which is the toolkit for building your own game. And that's, you know, in that case, that the analogy here, that would be the Traveler. And I don't really have a conclusion for this. I'm just kind of interested in it's mostly just something that I read on a subreddit in terms of how somebody described the original Traveler. But I am kind of intrigued, and I'm curious where that goes. I'm on the fence about the direction with sort of the Fortnites and Roblox and so on and so forth. Because in one sense, I actually really like the idea of tools that enable, creation. I mean, it's effectively like the existence of Unity, right? The fact that game developers have the tools to realize their ideas, and the ability to do so with, you know, even less complication than before is largely a good thing. Now, sometimes there's a trade-off to this, right? Like when you make something easy, potentially you will have people who equate easy with low effort. Like the idea of making something easy is so that you can redirect that effort towards the things that really matter. So one of the points that I try to make on the AI front with people is that in the case of gaming, you know, once upon a time, you used to have to design your own game system, like your own game engine, basically. And then you have companies like id Software and Epic. And certainly they weren't the only ones, but certainly those would be the two that built something that other companies wanted to license. And I think id wasn't even necessarily all that interested in licensing the engine. Like I think they basically didn't want to be like a tech support company for people who are having trouble with the engine. But presumably it was also a good source of revenue. But I mean, if you didn't have the money for it, you were effectively stuck rolling your own or making a mod, and then presumably I don't know if there were any examples of paid mods, but I have to imagine it would be difficult to make them.
There's a job. Brazilian intelligence contacted me. 2 agents need assistance locating a missing person. There is, as always, a caveat. It seems they're operating without Popeye's approval.
Meaning what?
Our clients are Brazilian intelligence agents acting without said agency's knowledge.
Huh. How come?
Now you overestimate my knowledge, V. You'll have to ascertain that for yourself. Best of luck.
Hello, Diginferno. Hope you're doing well.
People need to
know. Fine Mark Bana. Longshore Stacks. The powers that be love wrestling in the mud of our little Dogtown swamp. But let's not fool ourselves. What would Dogtown be without its incomprehensible spy games and power struggles? I suppose the answer's not worth our efforts. In any case, I've received word that from some Brazilian intelligence agents. They've lost someone in Dogtown and would like to find him. The lost soul's name? Mark Bana. Now, if they're secret agents, surely there must be a catch. I found one. There may be others for you to find yourself. The known unknown, the agents seek their colleague without the knowledge or approval of the Brazilian intelligence agency. I suggest you ask them why. Oh, and have fun. But yeah, I mean, in this case here, you can actually see how that makes sense for there to be sort of dedicated, or for there to be specialists on these sorts of things. It says I'm in combat, but I don't... I was really not paying attention to the danger there. But yeah, this idea of specialization, right? So if you can get some of the best people solving a problem that most people are going to run into. Now, obviously, when it comes to, you know, id Tech or Unreal, I guess it would have been called the Quake engine at that time. You know, essentially you're solving the problem of 3D games as opposed to some of the other things that people might be interested in. But in any case, to get people focusing on the hardest problems and coming up with ideal solutions, I mean, this is kind of what I'm assuming the promise of open source is, right? You have this big resource that everyone can use. You get a whole bunch of people looking at it to, you know, figure out all of the problems with it, have people add to it. Whether or not the ideal works out, you know, is a whole other question, particularly with the supply chain attack that recently came up, but among other challenges. But that's at least the ideal. So what, to a certain extent, I think there's something really encouraging about the idea of, you know, a Unity coming out, or something like the Unreal Engine having the price effectively drop to zero until you make a certain amount of revenue from it. But there's obviously more work that can be done. In the case of something like Roblox, they've simplified it even further. And this is not to suggest that everybody needs to use these tools. There are games that are very successfully making their own tools for any number of reasons. And even indies, right? So a really good game like Rebel Galaxy Outlaw isn't making their things from scratch, but they were using Ogre, which is a rendering engine, which means all of the other things, you know, if you want sound, if you want gameplay, all of that is something that they needed to make through other means. But essentially to put the business of making a game in the hands of game designers is, for the most part, a good thing. Contingent on the fact that obviously all of these tools are going to involve certain decisions about what the process of making a game is like, and that might be different from what allows people to creatively flourish. But again, the option of making your own things is there. But it seems that for companies like Roblox, and then presumably for Build a Rocket Boy and Epic with Fortnite, they've decided that the next step is to actually make things even more user-friendly, effectively make them games themselves, make them virtual environments in which you can add everything. And you can see how these help designers as well. Something that's user-friendly allows you to focus on creation more than sort of fighting the tool. But the danger here, and this is particularly in the case of Roblox, is the question of how much of the revenue does the platform take. Because I think a lot of people have problems with how Roblox does things in terms of the ways that creators are paid through it. But on the other hand, you can kind of see how, again, it kind of comes back, whether it's a good analogy or not. The game that you pick up and you repurpose to your own devices, the D&D, or the Traveler, which is the game you pick up so that you can build your own game effectively. And it's kind of interesting. I'm interested in seeing where all of this goes, but I know Nearly Logical probably is the one who's closest to these matters, so I'm also limited in terms of my perspective.
Santos of the Brazilian intelligence agency.
Yes, we got those
Real
processors
chic
tracked
interior.
down.
Militarist. Almost like it was by
We're
design.
negotiating.
This is our operations base, agency property. You'll get a taste of our tech in a moment. We'll scan you in before we begin.
Ooh, can't wait to see what you dig up.
Hold still, please. Ah, so you were affiliated once. Arasaka Counterintelligence. Fired effective immediately, no severance. Ouch. That must have hurt, huh?
What sort of rookie-ass game are you two playing?
Excuse me?
You run a background scan before meeting anyone, let alone a merc. This your first assignment?
You don't know.
We'll take him.
Anna!
The signal could die any minute. We don't have time to be picky. Take a look at the screen, V.
Hans mentioned you're looking for someone. Take it that's him.
Bravo, Mark.
This is Mark Banner.
He's still salty.
37 years old. Worked at the agency for 12. 6 feet tall, brown hair, well built. Combat trained.
So every video
Banner
game
went
protagonist.
MIA in Dogtown 6 months ago. He sent one last call for help right before he vanished. Listen.
I need fuck. They're coming for send back up. Please.
His biomonitor began pinging a few days ago. The signal's coming from Dogtown. Seems mobile. Any questions?
You're a big orc, got plenty of agents. Don't think you need my help here.
We are, and we do. But our hands are tied. We'd risk an international incident sending Spec Ops in.
Look, this Banner guy. The recording's clear as day. Chum's gone. Why go after him now?
What if he's not? No, we've got to check that signal. We owe him that much.
Look, clearly your agency didn't greenlight this. Why are you still following through?
I see Hans checked us out. Slimy
Hans the
bastard.
pro. It's true. We're acting alone. Would you like to know why? When Banner went missing, the agency declared him KIA. His body has never been found. Then his signal returned. What did the agency say? Insufficient evidence. Our algorithms place his chances of survival at 4%. Fuck the algorithms. Principle, integrity, naivete. Call it what you will. They don't care. We do.
Something stinks. Agency's clearly trying to keep the Banner biz under wraps.
But why?
Inconvenient, probably. Agencies, well, sometimes they'd rather not know things. At least not in any official capacity.
Only 2 things matter here. First, Ben is our dear friend. Second, we hired you to check on his signal. Is that clear?
We'll handle the eventual fallout.
Any other fun surprises for me?
Unfortunately, yes.
Banner's signal is currently coming from Organitopia, the old Natural History Museum in Terra Cognita. One problem is, the scavengers are flocking to the signal like flies. And wait, there's another.
The gang's with Boris Rybakov, an ex-Spetsnaz operative. That bastard killed enough people to fill a cemetery.
Rybakov. Anything I ought to know before I give him a warm Night City greeting?
He's an elite sharpshooter. 167 confirmed kills. His cyberware includes ocular implants, linked to his weapons enhanced targeting system. Reaction accelerators, adrenaline pumps.
And you can add to that some experimental Soviet tech. It seems he is able to hack his enemy's ocularware.
How'd the scavs trace the signal?
We have no idea.
So, scavs, ex-Spetsnaz, Biomon that's been dead for the past 6 months? Oof.
Yeah, we don't like it any more than you.
Okay, all clear. Guess I'll get to it.
I'm sending you the coords. Anna will call once you lock in on the signal.
Find Banner, please. Or at least that damned Bion monitor.
See what I can do.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Nearly logical for the. Sorry, let me read the text here. Multi-billion Sovoil investment in Brazil. One of Sovoil's greatest investments is coming to a close this year. Sovoil intends to cement its stake in the Brazilian energy sector by 2075 after discovering significant oil deposits on Brazilian soil. The lengthy negotiations between Sovoil and Brazilian authorities have been constantly anchored to one key demand, the assurance that the average Latin American will benefit from the lowest possible fuel prices at the pump. Petrochem offered comment on the developing's partnership. Oil is a remnant of the past. The future has already found its fuel, CHOH2. These comments fell on deaf ears, however. The Soviets remained firmly committed to oil as the proven energy solution. If nothing else, the deal struck between Sovoil and Brazil means at least one thing is certain. The energy war between oil and truth is far from over. But yeah, so the idea, and I mean, to a certain extent, this exists not just sort of in the software space, I feel. Like, the articles that I put out today, I think to a certain extent are an extension of that to just the way that we think about problems. So, you know, the simplest summary that I could give would be that it feels that a lot of independent developers, I have no idea why the frame rate suddenly improved so much, but I am very happy about it. A lot of indie developers seem to be following a business model that effectively has its origins in the indie boom of basically 2 decades ago. And when you so when you look at something like that, it doesn't really require a whole lot of thought to understand why this is a system that probably benefits incumbents and experienced people more than upstarts, right? So there might be this expectation that the indie model is for, for people who are breaking in. But I can't really think of a lot of industries in the world which have a 2-decade-old way of doing things that, you know, is pretty much fit for new arrivals. Oh, this is going to get interesting. I'm going to assume that I'm just going to have to go in guns blazing. Hi. Yeah, so the idea here is that at the very beginning, you essentially have this discovery of this novel way of arranging the factors of production. Essentially, you have this combination of, even if you're not using a tool like Unity, the fact that basically the tools of programming have considerably improved. They make your job easier to do. You know, there's libraries and frameworks that make it so much easier. Conversation, Julian Gray and Connor Cassidy. So, something came up. Why the fuck you always send that emoji hit? Just write what's up without that scop. Well, airdrop sort of dropped where it wasn't supposed to drop. Choom, for fuck's sake. So it fell where we can't get it. Sounds like a problem. That's got at least a few solutions. Solution number 1, a ladder. Solution number 2, leg wear. Solution number 3, what? Your butt. Heh. Use your fucking head. I will deal with that in a second. I'm just going to pick up some goods. But yeah, so like essentially the argument that I have is that the big insight of the indie boom would be yeah, well, Godot is new. Like, if you want to talk about things that would be contemporaneous with the indie boom, you'd probably want to talk about an engine like Torque. But basically, the idea would be that instead of it just being, you know, digital so I think the usual story that people will say is like digital distribution arrived and and then the indie boom happened. It's like, well, digital distribution was a thing for a lot longer than what we'd kind of consider to be the indie boom, right? So Flash was a thing. Flash is actually also an example of it becoming easier to be a game developer, because Flash is considerably more straightforward than than comparable tools at the time to make a game. You still have to like learn how to do some things, but on a relative basis, that is probably easier than what some of the other alternatives were. But like Flash portals weren't necessarily a very good way to be financially rewarded for what you were doing. I also tend to notice that like Xbox Live Arcade and XNA tend not to get mentioned a whole lot, because if you think of it, Steam actually was quite late, in the grand scheme of things, towards opening up to indies. It used to be that you needed to know someone at Valve, then there was the green light system, and then there was Steam Direct. And when they did Steam Direct, everybody complained. So the idea of actually being an indie game that makes it on Steam is like the indie model has been around for a while, but the actual idea of being an indie on Steam is a pretty it's not necessarily one that was available to everyone until relatively recently. But essentially, kind of what I would say is that you have lower costs of development, and again, that is something that should probably be read more generally, not just the idea of dedicated tools, although absolutely stuff like Unity helps. But I'm even talking about things like, being able to have the option of like a Blender or Python existing and Pygame existing, or the existence of certain libraries, or, all of these sorts of things. Although again, XNA is a fantastic example of something that's specifically designed for gaming, and does not have any meaningful cost attached to it compared to some of the other alternatives. At least that's my understanding. Obviously, I've never used XNA. And I think the current iteration of it would be FNA, because I don't believe Microsoft does XNA anymore. Yeah, I mean, like Congregate. I mean, actually, I think Congregate at a certain point wanted to try and have its own sort of Steam rival. It might even still be a thing. Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing that I would probably say relative to Ogre, like my understanding of Ogre is that it is only a rendering engine. So everything else you sort of need to work out. And I think probably the big thing, and again, like I'm doing this entirely from like just trying to sort of piece this together from how people talk about them, but I kind of get the impression that XNA, like its real edge was that it would give you simpler access to direct, I guess it would be DirectX. But I have to imagine that there's maybe a little bit less work making everything play well together. But I could be wrong on it, right? Because I know there was also another, I know there was another related tool. I think it was Microsoft Game Studio or something like that. Anyways, but yeah, I mean, with that in mind, like something that makes it easier to tap into DirectX is certainly, with the arrival of something like Xbox Live Arcade, that feels like a pretty good, pretty good way to get started. But yeah, in any case, the thing here is that if you look at these in isolation too, what they ultimately are is their ways of reducing costs, and I just don't really find it that credible to say that, this cost-saving measure is bringing about this, this huge boom in indie activities, for the simple reason that businesses are always looking to reduce costs, right? So there's always going to be improvements in terms of technology. For a while before Adobe started selling its cloud, like if you historically look at the advertisements for Adobe products, what they would very often be talking about in terms of like buying a new version of Photoshop, they would specifically be talking about the amount of time that you would be saving using these new features. And I mean, again, Adobe has to do its job of trying to sell you on the upgrade, but like the big thing here is that is ultimately what you want in terms of improved software. because the costs of keeping the people around to do the thing is the thing that's so expensive. Now, if you don't have anybody to work your software, then, you know, Adobe is extremely expensive. But the, you know, like the idea of being able to save, you know, a few hours on doing something, especially when you're sort of working at capacity and you either need to hire someone to do more work, you know, being able to get a couple of extra jobs in with the resources that you have, the money that's coming in is easily worth more than the cost of a new license. So that was kind of the way that Adobe did these things. And I think in general, when you're looking at the tools that you use to run a business, that's kind of the way you want to think about these things. Like, what is a way we can do things more efficiently? So I guess the thing is that most people probably take the progress for granted. Obviously, you've got like the language. I mean, people love to yell about Sega and Nintendo. People are going to love, you know, yelling about R and Python. And, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of people talking about why Rust is the best thing ever, or how C++ will never be replaced for real work and rendering engines. Not that these are mutually exclusive. Like, everybody's, you know, there's always going to be like the battle lines that are drawn. But I think it would be fair to say that even if you're looking at old, even if you're looking at like old battle-tested languages and tools, the tools have just gotten so much better. So like, presumably if you were a developer in, you know, the early 90s and you had the ability to get something like Microsoft Visual Studio 2021, assuming that it would run on your computer, of course, I have to assume that you would be a considerably more productive programmer, even if everything else was constant, which of course it wouldn't be. But the big thing about this is that once you combine all of these ideas together, this is the point where somebody has the really bright idea of saying, well, I don't really need to work at like Blizzard to make my game anymore. And in fact, on top of that, all of the current division of the roles make sense for making Blizzard games. They don't necessarily make sense for the thing that I have in mind. And so you take away all of the job titles and you divide them up in an unconventional way, and you realize that, you know, you can make a game with maybe 3 people and you keep a very focused kind of game, but ultimately you can deliver an experience that you think people want, but previously maybe would have been too costly to make. But maybe more importantly, you know, essentially by focusing on this new type of game, you've created a new system under which you make games as well. And I mean, I think the thing that probably will ruffle people's feathers in the first one, other than the fact that I said that, you know, game developers probably aren't as innovative as they think they are, but the idea that when you think of the indie boom, like, I don't necessarily think that as just being about a uniquely good set of games. So like, clearly there were very unique games that came out of that, but I think if you're honest, like, I think it would be fair to say representative sampling of this would be things like Super Meat Boy, Braid, Binding of Isaac. I realize there's 2 Ed McMillan games in there, but like, you can kind of say those things as like, you know, these people played Legends of Zelda, these people played Super Mario Brothers growing up, and they've decided to do their own spin on it. And in fact, the other Jonathan Blow game, The Witness, right? That's like, somebody really liked playing Myst, and they've done their own version of Myst. And there's nothing wrong with it. They're all good games. But if you look at the broad history of gaming, right, you have this period of time where you have games that defy categorization even today. And then the example that I give in it is like, and beside those games, you have ones that were effectively founding genres, right? Like, so, you know, there weren't 4Xs, and then Civilization came in, and then everybody said, oh, 4Xs are a really good idea. And, you know, once upon a time, things were called Doom clones. It wasn't even necessarily that Doom was the first FPS, but at some point, people stopped calling them Doom clones, and they became first-person shooters. And it's not like new genres aren't emerging. They are. But I would say that, you know, when you when you have a history of gaming in which there's this great proliferation of genres, and even if you don't want to think of them in terms of genres, you have these games which just really seem to have lots of interesting ideas that maybe people are only now starting to re-examine. It's really hard to say that the indie boom was just about this uniquely high quality of game. They're very good games. It's just that it's kind of hard to say that, you know, this is the reason, you know, they were just so much better than everything. And if only we could come back to this quality and imagination, it would be, you know, things would get better. I just don't think that's the reason. But again, like the big story to sort of take out of this is that you have a certain model of gaming that has been used for a while. And, you know, there's that first group of people who were very successful with it. And the technology gets distributed. When I say technology, I'm referring to a way of doing things. And you now have the indie dream, right? People see that it can be done, and then they do their own spin on it. And the competition is essentially what sort of takes out all of the inefficiencies of that system. But that's why it's really hard to work in this system now, right? Because it is the sort of quote unquote everyone can do it scenario. And even if you put a lot of effort into it, you are competing against people who have a genuine claim to being world class at this type of game development. So one of the things that can happen, and this brings us back to what Nearly Logical was talking about, is one thing that can happen is that you say, you know, we want to refine things down so that people will only focus on the type of game that they want to make. And that is the Roblox path. That's the everything path, or everywhere. Sorry, with the Build a Rocket Boy game. There's actually, again, there isn't necessarily a problem with that, because as Nearly Logical says, like, one of the problems with these tools is that they will inspire a certain type of thinking, right? You can see this with games too. I think this is even mentioned directly in the beginner's guide, where they sort of talk about, you know, these are big blocky hallways because, you know, this engine is very good at making big blocky hallways. And that's why this looks the way that it does. And I think there's definitely some truth to that. Obviously, it takes someone doing something kind of amazing in a tool like that to maybe push people out of their rut. But, you know, sometimes it's just somebody maybe doing something in a different tool that allows them to think of a different way about it. But again, I definitely feel that that's something that also applies to business models as well. In this case here, people have an idea of quote unquote what a business or an indie game is. I actually think a decent definition of indie, which nobody would like, would be someone who arranges the factors of production in a novel way. So even though Embark Studios is owned by Nexon, I would actually say that it is more of an indie game developer than someone who's kind of trying to make Braid in 2024, or their version of Braid in 2024. But again, that's not a useful to say. Nobody learns anything out of that. Well, I think people can learn something out of that, but like I think people would get a little hung up on saying that that's not a definition of indie game, or indie dev. So there's no point in bringing that up, because you just wind up having the wrong kind of argument. But the thing is that, so there's two sort of concerns that I would have, which is, of course, there's always the worry, right? Once you make something sufficiently easy, then you have a group of people who will only be attracted to it because it's easy and they're not putting effort in. That's a little bit like saying YouTube shouldn't exist because there's going to be a bunch of crap on it. There is a bunch of crap on YouTube. There's a bunch of really good stuff on YouTube too. And I think it's better that we have the option to see the quality content, even if it means that there's some stuff that we don't want to see on there. You know, same reason why it's good that Steam Direct exists, rather than there being, you know, some kind of a gatekeeper to say what is a sufficient quality and what isn't. But yeah, I mean, again, there is the concern that I mean, the appeal for the owner of the platform is that they get to charge the toll, right? And so there's a question in terms of whether or not, you know, like if this does become a dominant form of gaming, how do people get to the next thing? You know, like if you like say everybody suddenly switch from Steam to Roblox, like if there was someone who wanted to make something outside of Roblox that didn't use Roblox's rules, how would you know about it? How would you find it? So that's one small worry about it. But then, of course, there's the other worry, which is that if you constrain yourself to a particular way of thinking about making games, and this could be about engines, this could be about business models, do you potentially stifle creativity? And I'm like, again, that one I'm not super worried about. It's one that I would get worried about the more I observe it. Because in the end, you are always going to wind up thinking about problems a particular way. You know, if all that you've ever learned is object-oriented programming, if somebody sits you down in front of Scheme, you're going to think it's the dumbest thing in the world. You know, every time I take somebody who's a big R fan and I say, well, you know, if you want to do a bunch of the machine learning stuff, like there are some R libraries that do it, but like Scikit learns really, really good, and it's not that hard to learn. Like, you should try it. And then they just keep constantly complaining about how, like, doesn't make any sense that you start a list. You know, if you want to index the start of a list, why do you do 0? That doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, it makes the only languages in which that it makes sense to start with 1 are MATLAB and R, so far as I can tell. Maybe there's another one, but I actually really am annoyed by the indexing at 1. Anyways, I'm not entirely sure I have a good conclusion for any of this, but the other thing too, like I do, there are a couple people in the local community who do make their own tools, and I actually think there's something kind of neat about that. I definitely feel like there's a place for it. Yeah, and I mean, like, I think the thing that interests me the most is that it really feels like pushing against the limits of those tools should be a form of creativity, because that's often what I find for myself, right? Like, usually what happens, it'll either be like I'm writing and I hit a barrier in terms of like a word count, or I'm having kind of trouble structuring a sentence in a way that I think is clear, or I'm trying to communicate a complicated topic in a way that would be understandable to non-specialists. And I if I'm honest with myself, I sometimes think the best stuff that I've written usually comes from that. But the tricky part for me is I don't know if it's because, like, I just don't have the aperture for it. Like, it's hard, right, to see where the inspiration for a game comes from where somebody's, like, fighting with a tool. Because, like, in the end, we only ever get to play the finished product, right? If the thing isn't delivered, then it's, you know, you just don't get to see it. But on the other hand, like, you can tell in some games, right, where they're obviously working within the constraints of the tools that they're using. And it's not even that they're bad games. It's just like there is that feeling of it. So it does kind of make you think that, yeah, there is that worry that people are in that rut as opposed to pushing the envelope a bit. I don't know. I used to have this wonderful frame rate. Oh, we're back. I don't know, though. Maybe I should have just read everyone the blog and then it would have been faster. I will confess to Digi Inferno, I hope you were enjoying your Congregate game, by the way. On the note of Godot, I was actually quite annoyed by the one of the developers' tweet. So first of all, I've made that joke better at the when Riccatello resigned to CEO at Unity. I at the local meetup, somebody was actually giving a presentation on Godot, and I said, "Is like, I have someone who's just recently, left their current job, and they have some worldly funds. Do you know how they might be able to get on the Godot Foundation. And of course, everybody knew exactly who I was talking about. Like this was a, what happens if we get, but yeah, he did something like, oh, I screwed up. John Riccatello is now the CEO. Took the photo of Riccatello that every outlet seems to be using, and like Godot stock up 10,000% or whatever. And it's just like surely this guy has, like, he's not running a company anymore. Like, at what point do we just like leave the guy alone? But I don't know, like, obviously everybody thought it was epic and so hilarious, and yeah, we're going to use Godot now. I definitely am able to put this on a console. I don't know, like, I actually find that kind of stuff off. So I'll put it to you this way. Like or dislike John Riccatello, I'm not exactly a fan of the guy, but I would say there's a business logic behind the stuff that he did. And I actually thought some of the AI stuff that he said, I think he was on the right track. This idea of using it to augment rather than replace creative talent. I think he was sincere when he said that, and I think that is the right way to think about it. But of course, people are going to be too busy thinking of the quote-unquote fucking idiots line instead, right? And the reason why I'm kind of annoyed by the Godot tweet is that, like, this strikes me as the same sort of unforced error that people really hated Riccatello for. There's really nothing about, new features or anything good about Godot that's there. It's just kind of like shitting on a guy. I'm just not entirely sure what we gain from that. And it's just sort of like, okay, so, now I'm dealing a little bit with a vanity project. And it just generally makes me less attracted to the tool. Well, someone's mad at me. Oop, I did not mean to do that, but there you go. Actually, that did not do that much damage. I'm gonna have to update it. You've been waiting to replay this game, but you're waiting until you can do it with a newer card using path tracing at playable FPS. Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit in Dogtown, but I don't have path tracing because I'm on a 200 Super, I think, or 2080 Super. Contributed to Godot. Yeah, good for you for doing that, by the way. But recent conversation has felt like people don't really understand its strengths and weaknesses to be polite about. Yes. Well, like, I mean, this is the problem with the whole, like, the runtime fee thing, right? Like, everybody loved going, it's like, common W for Humble Bundle, putting out the Godot bundle during the Unity thing, and I'm like, okay, yes, this wonderful this wonderful big company which now forces me to give a certain fraction, everything humble about that, right? I'm glad big company A is sticking it to big company B. This is exactly the development environment that I want. But now you have like, so you've got a bunch of people like being told that there's some sort of magic tool that's going to deliver everything for them, plus a pony. And now, I mean, it was absolutely hilarious to look at the Unity 3D to become sort of the Unity 3D subreddit to become sort of like the anti-Unity propaganda network. I mean, I cannot remember how many posts were talking about how good Godot was. And it seems to me like the predictable outcome is exactly what you're talking about. A bunch of people coming in, expecting the world, expecting it to be, you know, Unity, but without the cost. And now you're stuck doing tech support that at least Unity pays people doing that for. That's probably not exactly the problem that you're running into, but like, I don't know. I feel like there are better ways to sort of manage this sort of stuff. I don't even want to, I realize this actually sounds very hostile to Godot. I actually am not annoyed by its existence any more than I'm annoyed by the existence of like Pygame or Torque. Like, you know, options are good. I just think people are being very, very silly about it. Although I will confess I'm talking a little bit more about engines now because I did actually take the time to look at Ogre. And I kind of wanted to look at Godot under the hood. Like basically I just wanted to compare... I kind of wanted to compare... Like I just wanted to look at rendering, right? So the idtech source has been available up to whatever was used in Doom 3. The... you know, you've got Godot. I mean, technically Unreal's got its source open, but like basically I just wanted to kind of see, it's like, okay, can I do some kind of like comparison in terms of different ways that people work with this? The problem is I don't know anything about rendering. So I do have a couple of textbooks now to sort of go through those. But then now there's the problem that I don't know any of the languages that they're implemented in. And it's not like, you know, I know enough to sort of be able to sort of figure out and like look up the stuff that I have the gaps in. But obviously this is a lot of different pieces that I need to educate myself about simultaneously to make sense of all of this. All right. Breach caused by a violent explosion. Blast radius comparable to 3 anti-personnel mines capable of moderate explosive force. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest with you, the more I've kind of looked at it, like there is a side of me that finds it really attractive to like just try and be able to answer sort of the like, so just this idea of sort of like, okay, how would I put together like a little set of tools to make a game? And not necessarily because I want to make a game in that, but because it will give me a better understanding of the tools that I would use to do something. And I mean, in fairness, I'm not a game developer, so you know what. Although interestingly enough, the game I have a credit that's not a special thanks credit on is actually made in Godot. So make of that what you will. But I'm still mad at them that they are not going to implement list comprehensions, because I like list comprehensions. Or any comprehension for that matter. I actually very rarely use list comprehensions because I don't usually do lists, but I do like generators, and I do like... I did it because the person I was working with was doing Godot. But yeah, I don't know. I just think there's something kind of interesting about educating yourself enough with the problems that the tools you're using are designed to solve to... you know, kind of speak intelligently about it. Maybe possibly understand some of the things that annoy you about the tools that you're using. I think there's some value there. But the funny thing is like the more I the more I look into it, like the more I convinced I am that actually probably if I wanted to sit down and make a game and not use an existing engine, I think I'd probably just like to open up Xcode and do everything in Swift. Which I guess kind of brings me back to XNA, except that I guess it would be Metal instead of DirectX. So
Finally, I was starting to think that no one would come.
Banner? That you? Still breathing?
Later, I'm hurt, and those scars. I'll explain once they're gone.
Copy. Where you at?
Go to the main museum hall. I'll lead you from there.
that's a really good point, nearly logical. I can't remember if I've told this story or not, but like I was doing like so I was playing around with different ways of generating the colored noise. So like red noise, brown noise, like brown noise red noise and brown noise are the same. It's brown because Brownian. Like, so that one, like you just need to know how to implement a random walk. But like basically all the colored noise, and I found it was actually a MATLAB program that it did it using a Fourier transform. So I'm like, okay, this is actually kind of neat because I can learn by, implementing this in NumPy, with the SciPy DFTs. And this will, teach me a little bit about how this generation works. And then the thing about the MATLAB program was it went up to 3 dimensions. And I was like, well, surely we should be able to make n-dimensional noise. So in addition to translating this from MATLAB into Python, specifically the NumPy library, it would be interesting to see if I can also extend this into an arbitrary number of dimensions, realizing, of course, that if I put the numbers too high, that I'm going to have a nice space heater. So it actually wasn't that hard to do, but the one drawback I was running into, so I think one of the things I needed to solve was making a matrix where each of the elements was the distance from the center. Right, so the norm, I guess, if you're doing it in dimensions, and like I had it's like this is the sort of thing where it's just sort of like you should know how to do this if you work with just like Python's numerical libraries as much as I do, and I did. But the catch was that I needed to do it in a loop, and I'm sure everyone will tell you. And like I did it a reasonably intelligent way in the loop, like you define the matrix in the first place, and then you just fill in the values. It's not like I was building like there's different ways of relative efficiency. But like the one thing everyone knows about Python is that if you use a loop, basically it sends an email to every other Python developer within walking distance, and they'll come over and tell you not to use a loop. And I was utterly convinced that there was a way of doing a vectorized solution, and I just did not have the head to do that in n dimensions. So this is one of these times I'm like, okay, actually this is I can't find this in a like in a comprehensible way on Stack Overflow. Like, so basically this is not one of those problems which you can check on like Stack Overflow and find a solution that is satisfactory. So I was like, okay, this is kind of, because like I do know some of the vectorized options as well in terms of NumPy. It's just that specific problem I wasn't able to figure out. So I was like, okay, well, let's take a look and see what let's see what Copilot gives. It was called Bing at the time, but so go give it a shot, and it gives me a 3-dimensional answer. And I'm like, yeah, I'd kind of like it in n dimensions. Oh, I'm sorry. As a large language model, I'm still learning, blah, 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 blah. Here's the solution for n dimensions. And I take a look and I'm like, this is definitely vectorized. I'm happy about that. But there is no possible way that this solves for like the test cases that it gives are for 3 dimensions or 2 dimensions. So I was like, I'm pretty sure this doesn't work in 3 dimensions. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. As a large language model, I'm learning, blah, 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 blah. So I was like, here's the solution. Here's a corrected solution. And you'll see that it works in n dimensions. So what it does is it changes all of the tests to 3 dimensions, and it definitely solves for 3 dimensions. I'm like, there's no possible way that this will work for 2 dimensions. So I actually put it into the program this time, and sure enough, it doesn't work. And like, I went back and forth with this every single time I indicate that it will not work either for a specific number of dimensions. It will adapt it so that it works in that specific number of dimensions and then claims that it's an n-dimensional case. And then when I didn't give it a specific, it just wound up giving me this absolute nonsense answer. Like, it was really obvious. I'm sure most of you know how LLMs work, but like basically it's sort of giving it's drawing from a distribution of what the next word would be, and it was very obviously doing that. Like, it was probably legitimate Python, but it was definitely not attached to the problem at that point. It just simply did not, it clearly did not comprehend the good Lord, you come home and I've met with more programming. Save me. Sorry, Delamain. We'll move on from this in a second. But yeah, anyway, so long story short, the one thing that was helpful about it, though, was every single one of those solutions did use, like, it did do a vectorized version of it. And so, like, there's sort of enough sort of degrees of freedom here where I'm like, okay, here is the part that I was missing. And then again, it's like, okay, so apply the norm or whatever it is. You know, this is how I extract the coordinate that I'm in. I'm able to translate that to a center. And then obviously you kind of need to deal with the fact that you don't necessarily have an exact center that is a cell. So then you decide, it's like, okay, well, are you referring to a cell, or are you referring to like this fractional value, which clearly would not be an index because there are no fractional indices. But it's like at least now I have problems that are me making design decisions, as opposed to like I've written a crappy version of this and I'm not smart enough to be able to do this to end. And like, the funny thing is like, in the end, I'm only ever going to use it in 3 or 4 dimensions anyway. It was just so that I could try and to see whether or not I could generalize the solution that I found online. But yeah, like, in the end, I kind of needed to, I originally wanted to coax it to giving me an answer, and then eventually I just kind of, I got it to be less wrong enough that I was able to find the function that I needed to, yeah. Still, it was fun. Like, I will say that I do feel like I've gotten a lot better at being able to talk to the, for lack of a better term, talk to the tools and to kind of eke out what I need out of them. But like, I would never want to depend on the results from any LLM without vetting them. And I realize that's what they say on them, but like, I just think the magic that people keep proposing that they're going to do with it either shows that they don't know what it is, or that they clearly have not tried what they're doing. Yeah, well, I mean, to me, I just think it's a question in terms of what their objective function is. For the longest time, we've been rewarding these things based on their ability to convince the, the person on the other end. So, this is why you have them speak. Like, if you think of the way that it talks like these kinds of YouTube personalities that I cannot stand, right? The ones that make extremely bold claims very confidently with absolutely no evidence or intelligence to back it up. And, these are people with tens of millions of followers, constantly parroting this stupid shit back to you like it was their own idea. And it's like, anyone with an ounce of common sense or familiarity with the, you know, with the topic that you're talking about can see why this is wrong. I mean, this is basically my experience reading The Economist every time I do. But at the very least, there are people who are like somewhat trained writing that journal. Sometimes, oh crap, this is what I get for ranting. But yeah, like, you know, in the case of some of the LLM answers, like, again, it's like watching some of the worst offenders on YouTube. But again, it's just what the it's what the model's been trained to do, right? If you had chosen a different kind of a different thing to optimize on, you would be you'd be getting different results. But again, people would then be talking about how stupid they are. It wouldn't be as public facing, let's say. Actually, I'm sorry Ellen Ripley isn't here, because I know Ellen Ripley would have liked this analogy. I'll probably steal it and put it in. Yeah, exactly. A series of lectures on medical developments. Registration will soon open for a series of lectures run by professors of medicine at NCU, as well as specialists in augmentation from leading medical corporations. The talks will focus on cutting-edge solutions and trailblazing methods working to support the human body's regeneration, as well as the risks and issues that field has been struggling with for years. The program will take a fluid format, adapting to current changes in the market and tackling the most topical matters of the day. We'll keep our fingers on the pulse together. Register using the form to receive information about each lecture along with your reservation link. Spaces for each talk are limited, so don't wait. The bones of a T-Rex with cancer. This might be the only time I've seen cancer written with excitement. The bones of a Tyrannosaurus Rex that was under study by researchers at CU has finally returned home. As it turns out, the abnormal growth at the base of the femur is a symptom of bone cancer, the latest specimen proving that dinosaurs also suffered from the deadly disease. The pain caused by the illness would have led to consequences that may have spelled the untimely demise of our reptilian guest. Our Araucaria has grown cones. Did someone say raffle? You heard right. One of the guests who visited us this month will be drawing 10 lucky winners who will receive their very own potted Araucaria. Sorry, I don't know what that is. Until then, come check it out. Learn about the conditions in which this ancient plant first grew during the Mesozoic era and how it survived until today. Okay, I get it's a plant, but I need more. Now I know, first of all, my computer doesn't exactly like Dogtown. But on top of that, it also doesn't like the plant areas, so this might be a particularly painful... Please get me out of here. Alright. I think they still see me, but I have too many things to do. Hell. Yeah, so I can't actually highlight any of these people I just pinged. Okay, well that gives me a little more to work with. Please tell me that's not active. Might be a fun little practical joke to play on them, but... Ah, crap. Okay, frankly, I'm about to start putting these people in bins. Internal damage caused by shockwave, small explosive charge, likely an anti-personnel mine. So I'd rather not start a firefight. I absolutely am going to take out the scavs. I just need to... Oop, Yikes. I just like favorable conditions if I can get them. Seems like there's a camera up there too. Excellent. So I'm hoping one of the patrols doesn't come get me. I could turn this on. Yeah, I'm not ready for friendly mode yet. That might cause more trouble than it's worth. This would be very funny to turn on. Okay, let's... You kidding me? Tougher than he looks. Yeah, that was a mistake. Okay, I think I need to get ready for a fight. I am screwed. This guy's got a shotgun. I gotta do something to get the frames back. Or maybe I'll just pretend I'm playing in the Matrix. Okay, surely there is a way. I mean, I can mess with the settings if I have to. I may have to. Yeah, so frame rate was not one thing I thought about when going for maximum violence. Okay, I think reboot. I wonder if rebooting optics will. Okay, no, they're still overheating me. Okay, I apologize for this. This is probably going to be kind of painful to watch for a little while. Actually, one last thing I might be able to try. I can't remember if we have it on performance or balance. Okay. I don't remember if I used this or not. Oh wow, that... I mean, it definitely looks very... You can see the grains, but that is a significant improvement. It's been a while since I've been able to play like this. Oops. Okay. I'm just going to see if I can get a little of that back. Looks like... Okay. There's a little bit of a lag. Maybe we should go back to super performance. Sorry, I don't like ultra performance. I don't normally like doing maintenance on the stream, but I'm curious. Is the quality okay for everybody? I feel like this is preferable to the slideshow we were looking at before. I actually also just like the fact that I'm not trying to lead my targets to deal with the frame difference. I mean, I'm still missing, but like, I'm not trying to play the game kind of like an instrument. I don't know. Actually, I don't know how many musicians there are in chat, but this might be an analogy that people get. So I definitely am more familiar with kind of like pianos and things like that. But like there's some kinds of instruments where you're relying on, I guess for lack of a better term, like an instrument sort of giving you some feedback, I guess. So like I have a bunch of native instrument stuff, and I know that one of the things that they provided was the an Irish harp. But one of the things that makes that a particularly good plugin is that it's not just a bunch of recordings of an Irish harp being plucked. What it has is it has all of the sounds of the Irish harp, but on top of it, another shockwave. I'm going to guess that this is the same. Yeah. If you use some of the keys, usually at the bottom of the range, but I think you can remap them to kind of whatever you want. What you wind up with is sort of the difference between plucking the string and just sort of letting it continue to ring, for lack of a better term, or vibrate, or whatever I don't know the proper terminology, but or you can give, like, there's a specific button that you can press to sort of have the equivalent of you putting your hand on the strings to sort of stop the vibrations. Essentially, all of the different tricks that you can do with a harp are options as part of that instrument. And the reason why I point that out is that, like, in some cases, part of the characteristics of the image, or of the instrument, are the fact that the instrument has sort of a mind of its own, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like you have the action that you take, and then there's sort of there's the consequences of it. Piano's actually not a bad example of this either. Like you have there's the fact that, like, when you hit a key and you create the vibrations, like, that is happening inside of a larger machine with its soundboard and all of that. And so it's, the most direct effect is in fact the hammer hitting the the strings that you have, but there's vibrations happening inside. In some recordings, you will hear that. So anyways, sometimes the fun in these things are to sort of like have the interaction, right? So your instrument's pushing back and doing its own thing, and it's the combination of the two that produce the nice music. And sometimes it feels like it's getting in the way. So in the case of Cyberpunk, you know, generally you don't want to sort of feel like the game is going to be drifting a little bit with your mouse. Generally, you want to be able to point your mouse to the target and hit the button. Now I can do that with by lowering the quality a little bit. All right, Marcin says, Pura and Oriol Orlov, why are you trying to get into this fucking hall? How long is it going to take you? I don't know, the door's shut tight. Gonna enter when we break it down. Okay, smartass, come over and open it yourself then. Take a pill, Chew. Had to deal with Rybakov today. He tell you who we're looking for? Fuck you think. Think he didn't. Probably said some nasty about you shit. Of course he did. I have no idea why I didn't enable this sooner. Well, if I do the 3 E9s, I think I still spend too much time thinking on these, but at least it's getting a little less embarrassing in terms of the results. Actually, it just occurred to me with Delamain coming in here, we still have the last last part of Epistrophe to do.
Perfect. Go to the main hall. There's a flight of stairs at the back. Take them. You'll find me upstairs. Careful now. Summon each soldier Rybakov is lurking nearby. Keep your optics online.
The sounds are a really nice touch, particularly when you know that Rybakov is a sniper. I guess I call him a sharpshooter, but I don't know if there's a professional distinction. So I'm going to assume that there's going to be a special event that kicks things off with him, but I can at least try and treat this seriously. So I didn't realize that overload gives a big explosion for everything. I'm gonna have to add that to my arsenal, I think. Am I really not able to ping this stuff? Like, presumably if Rybakov was here, he'd be targeting the door. And he would already be able to see me, but... There he is. It's also maybe not clear that I needed to start the fight this way. I might have been able to sneak up on him. Loot. Okay, so clearly I gotta close the distance with him, but oh boy. Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to take my lumps and oh dear.
God damn it!
Oh.
At least I have my ram back to make his life miserable. Ouch. It's kind of nice when we're both reloading at the same time. Cyberware malfunction is definitely going to be the way that I make this work. Really? That's a cyberwell malfunction, huh? Is it traditional to see Spetsnaz shots in the back? I mean, not other than from their own people. Okay, I wasted all my RAM.
And cut out your heart!
Good God, I don't know what's causing that. Oh, that's him.
I've got a chainsaw, cocksucker!
Oh, this is not good. Yeah. I was trying to... I'm not quite sure why I didn't heal up a second time, but... And sorry, which quest were you referring to, Inferno? Sorry, I was obviously in the middle of the fight and utterly failing to deliver. Okay, I probably want to be a little more... Oh, gotcha. I like that one too. So I think the smoke is probably the thing that seems to suffer the most from the performance version. How? Oh, right, because it was cyberware, not optics. Did I forget to... I think I forgot to tag him. There is something delightful about, like, just punching the guy in the face while he's trying to hack you. How am I not tagging him?
God damn it!
Presumably he's gonna try and hack me again. Ah, crap. Oh, okay, well, that's fine. I didn't want that health anyway. Not even close.
God damn it!
So I'm gonna force him to... Oh, okay. Wanted to try and force him to a spot where he couldn't shoot at me. God, I really need to stop trying to make that... Ow. I very clearly can't make that jump, and I don't know why I keep trying to. Jesus. I think he's got it. Well, at least I bought myself some time, but... Ooh, that short circuit's not... Okay, at least we're on the drones now. So, I will not waste... I'll not waste perfectly good RAM on robots. No offense, Delamain. I will, however... I feel like the pistol's slightly more effective. Should have weapon malfunction because I am dead. I just need the time, frankly. Ugh. Okay, so clearly the old reliable of the punch, I can't do that anymore. At this point, I just need to run for my life. And I think I'm gonna focus on weapon glitches more than... Good.
And cut out your heart! Ready or not, here I come!
That's not the one. Ugh! Oh, crap. That's a neat little form of camo, by the way. The way that the way that those things are firing at you. Okay, here he is. Thought that was him anyway. Oh, that's gonna kill me. Oh dear. Yeah, I think I'm done. That's an... Oh, damn it.
And cut out your heart!
That's a nasty trick. Okay, so I gotta find a faster way to find... So the big problem with that one was I didn't see the line until it was too late. I was near certain I found the guy. But clearly I didn't, so... Anyways, this is definitely within... Definitely within my power.
God damn it!
Ow. Oh boy. So I don't think there's much I can do about this now. Oh, Christ. Alright. I need to hunker down and wait for my health to come back. Oh, no.
God damn it!
Good lord. There were a couple times when jumping would let me get past the attack. That's not enough.
damn it!
Ugh. He's probably gonna dash, yeah. So wait till he's done his dash and then consider my options. I probably prefer a weapon glitch, but yeah, he's overheating me, so... Ah, I blew it again! Ugh. Oh, that sucks. Okay, just keeps doing it. There's actually no really good way for me to deal with that without actually taking him on at the same level. I may not be able to make... Oh, there we go. Sadly, I didn't see where he went. How did that not... Ah! Okay, weapon glitch ideally. Oh, he's already past the point. Okay, so ideally this is a chance for me to recover some health. So weapon glitch is probably the one that I want the most for the next phase. Oh, I was doing so well for health too.
God damn it!
Okay, should be able to take out the drone in a bit. Okay, so this stuff I need to clear out immediately, otherwise... Well, I guess we know where he is. So what I want to do, if I can, is... Oh, this sucks. I got quite lucky there. The weapon glitch is what stops him from filling me full of the smart gun. Okay, so I'm in a bit of trouble here because he's going to system collapse me and he's got his dummies up.
And cut out your heart!
I should be better prepared for this one, though. Or not. Okay, there we go. Oh, no ram available.
Bud, Rivakov is finished. I'm waiting for you upstairs.
That was a neat fight. I'm not crazy. So I will confess, I'm not crazy about the idea that there's the, like, you die if you don't get this finale. That feels like a lot to put someone through and then give them a "you die now" button. But obviously we were able to get through it. I think the big challenge was I do still apparently struggle to find the source of the attack. Anyways. Location, Terra Cognita, Organotopia Museum. Rybakov, you must terminate Katya. This is a direct order from Sovoil leadership. Katya took part in an interrogation that officially never happened. It seems during this interrogation someone died who should not be dead. Not all is clear, but it is also best not to ask such questions. You know this, because Katya was present at something that never occurred. Her existence is a problem. Eliminate her. Do this, and Sovoil will reward you handsomely.
Anna here. You're approaching Bena's signal.
I think the man's there too. Alive.
What? Okay. I'll keep this channel open. Over.
Stay calm.
Allow me to explain.
The hell are you?
I've been waiting for you. Katya Karelina.
Give me a second here, because that face seems a little...
Sovoil. Formally. I need your agency's help. You're on comms with your people, yes?
They hear you. Banner, where is he?
That is no longer relevant. Banner is dead.
Great. Now tell me how you know.
Listen to me. I fell out of favor at Sovoil. Now they're hunting me. Sovoil does not simply give up the hunt.
Doesn't answer my question.
I ran her scans, V. She's a data acquisition specialist. An interrogator.
Another agent, right? A specialist. Interrogation. Got the feeling you and Banner crossed paths.
Well, I'm assuming that the deal between Sovoil and Brazil collapses as a result of the
Right.
Banner incident.
We
That's
caught
why.
Banner in Dogtown. At first, we didn't know who he worked for. That became clear during questioning. I kept him alive, gave him treatment. But then later, it wasn't me.
She's lying, V. New orders. Cue her like the beach dog she is and take the biomonitor. Over and out.
Anna? Anna?
Your people, what did they say?
Really don't want to know.
What do we talk for? I have valuable data for you and your people. Let's be professional, yes?
Look, they're not my people. Banner's besties hired me to find him or his biomon. That's it.
No, wait. You're a merc, yes? I was doing my job just like you. You understand? I have a proposition. Please, hear me out.
I'm listening. Go.
I have Banner's biomonitor. You are reasonable, so I give it to you. There's also a stash in Dogtown with my gear. I give you coordinates, okay?
There a catch?
No catch. You let me go, that is all. What do you care about some Banner?
Deal. Flip me the cords.
Sending now.
And you, better Delta.
Yes. Спасибо.
I mean, I figured the deliverable they wanted was the biomonitor, right? So, Purges Katia Carolina. It was a simple mistake. How did we know he was one of the Brazilians? And who ordered these purges? A simple mistake, but one that someone must pay for. The purge after Mark Banner's death was ordered by Vitaly Sirotkin. They were direct superior at Sovoil. You were the last living person who participated in Banner's interrogation. What am I supposed to do now? As your friend, I advise you to run away, as far and as fast as possible. Find someone who will protect you. As your fixer, I'll add one detail. Sovoil and Brazil are preparing to sign a multi-billion euro-dollar deal. The fact that Sovoil accidentally killed a Brazilian agent currently isn't known by anyone involved in these talks. Should this information come to light, however, it puts the negotiations in jeopardy. They will want you silenced to make sure this cannot happen. Jerry, listen, I'm in small trouble. I can't pick up the delivery. Can you hide somewhere in the Longshore stacks? I will pick it up at my convenience. As long as I get my eddies, you're the boss. Done and done. Sending you the cords. So yeah, I actually really liked the performance boost from going into performance mode, but...
Leave me be. Please.
But it did seem that the facial details really suffered. So I will keep it... I'll basically keep it on... I'll keep it on the quality for a default. And then... you know, when it get... Basically, if I wind up in the sort of fight like I had earlier with the scavs, I don't have a problem dipping it back down. I'm actually wondering... So it was something like this. I wonder if I go to balance, do I see a significant degradation?
What?
That's not too bad. We'll try the middle path for a bit. I'm slightly tempted. Hey, Avit. Not like I'd be afraid of riding shotgun with you or anything, but put some practice in before the next race, okay? Hey, you consider me a menace on the road? If anyone's on a menace on the road, it's me. You just get us to the finish line in one piece. Fine, I'll practice. Promise. That's why I love you, V. But seriously, practice. Leave the biomon at the drop point. Do not give it to Anna. Leaked info on Banner's death only hurts us. Please, please do this and you'll get the cash. Do you want me to lie to Anna? God damn it, V. What you'll do is save her from making a huge mistake. Anna doesn't know or care what deep shit we'll be in if info regarding Banner's death leaks and they find out it was us. Our agency buried this case intentionally. They probably knew Sovoil did it, so that's why they kept it quiet. Brazil and Sovoil are closing a huge deal right now. Huge. Do everyone a favor, leave the biomonitor at the drop point, and forget it forever. So, I am actually slightly inclined towards scuppering the deal. But we'll see. Now, I wonder if I can sneak this without a fight. So far, so good. Uh, 55 BD 1C. Okay, 55 BD. So I want to see... I suspect that probably the one that makes Hans happy is the one that, like, the fixer drop point. But I think delivering to the agents is slightly more in line with what I want to do.
How much you grow protein for? Good stuff.
That can't be right.
Last time.
Yeah, there we go.
Attention all Dogtown residents. This is Kurt Hansen. We've got some important guests in Dogtown.
Used to do real biz at Corpo Plaza. And now?
It's not forcing me to put it in the drop point, is it?
Come out and play! Maria!
Hey, you!
Oh yeah, so that's definitely pushing me to the... Okay, so presumably, there we go. Probably should have done that earlier. Steven Santos. Steven Santos is a patriot willing to sacrifice much for his country, perhaps not his life, but at the very least his self-respect. As a risk assessment specialist in Brazil's intelligence service, he not only knows when a mission is in jeopardy, but when to look the other way and keep things under wraps. What more could you want from a loyal subordinate? Santos faces any distasteful or righteous decisions with reluctance and well-known cliches like, if I don't do it, someone else will, or that's just how the system works. When Santos' conscience gets too murky, he makes an effort to clean it up, just not too clean. Anna Friedman. Anna Friedman, like a bald hairdresser or a cobbler who refuses to wear shoes, is an excellent analyst who makes terrible decisions in her personal life. She's been working on the Federative Republic of Brazil's intelligence agency for several years and truly values her job. 2 reasons. The work gives her an adrenaline kick like no other, and she gets to read about it the next day in the morning scream sheets. It's addictive, especially when trying to forget about a failed marriage. Sometimes it's just easier to analyze data on the movements of hostile corporations in the NUSA than to deal with life's problems.
Is she still recording at the stacks?
The hell?
All those drones buzzing around night after night? Like someone's drilling right into my brain.
What about those Sunstep BDs? Maybe give one of those a scroll.
Okay, so I was right on the... Or, well, in the general area. I'm sure I wasn't on the right floor, but...
She with her father in NC.
When's she coming back?
She lucky. Never.
We've got to scrap the biomonitor. You know that.
No! I won't look the other way, Steve. Not this time.
Please. You're being naive.
What's going on?
The Brazilian government's holding a summit in Rio as we speak. With Savoy. Do you know what that means?
Ignore him. Just pass me the biomonitor. Their business is none of yours.
Here you go.
Perfect. The data will make its way to every last agent and media outlet. Get ready for some fireworks.
Fireworks? Fuck! I told you, it'll only get ugly.
Too bad. It's done.
Oh, shit. I'm leaving. I was never here. Understood?
The door is wide open. Thank you, V. Your credit will find its way to you soon.
Yeah, thanks.
So yeah, the drawback on this, I notice, like if you look at a distance, the faces don't seem to be, although if you go up close, the detail seems to be there, but I sort of feel like when you go far away, well, that is not an improvement. Oh, interesting. So it seems to be the same. Okay. We'll try balanced for a while. We'll see if Mr. Hands tells me off.
My. Vanna's predicament is all over the holowaves. There's no hushing it up now.
Yeah, well, their choice. Just hope they don't regret it.
What matters is we've been compensated. Our work here is done.
All right, I am slightly curious. So I'm already almost 2 hours past where I was normally going to be. I'm actually really happy that I did that side mission, but I'm actually quite. Ooh, I wonder. I am quite far behind on where I wanted to be. So I don't know. Is there any appetite for me doing some more Cyberpunk, or would now be a good time for me to wrap up? One thing I am going to do is see. I do kind of want to see if these areas are. Are in Dogtown, because that'll mean that I actually have a couple of side gigs that I can do before Solomon Reed. But yeah, I mean, it just, if there's not going to be, you know, if people are going to be indifferent about me continuing tonight, and there are going to be some people who want to see the story later next week, it probably makes more sense to wrap up for tonight. But again, if there's a wish for me to keep going for a bit longer, I don't necessarily mind it. At minimum, I'm going to see what this does. Okay. Clearly I misread the arrow. Yeah, but I mean, the gigs have interesting stories, right? So I don't, I figure doing gigs is still a, still something that potentially somebody, oh, I wonder if, yeah, I suspect that might just be the airdrop then. I'm not going to complain about more loot, just it's not as exciting. Hi. That's a lot of guys. Oh, come on. I don't think there's any way I'm going to avoid the weapon glitch.
Okay, let's do it. To the side, please.
I know.
This is a terrible place to be. Reboot optics I can live with, but I can probably take this guy out too. Yeah. Weapon glitch is gonna suck, but I can handle it.
Out of the way! Grenade!
So right now I just need some time. This is the last place I can hold back though, so...
Now! He's exposed!
Ugly.
Out of the way! Grenade!
They're just murdering me with the... with the hacks. Okay.
Now! He's exposed!
Suck on this!
Fire! Fire for fuck's sake!
Definitely should have been using my capabilities more, but...
Get your...
There is more than one bad guy. Definitely thought I was on the last one. Anyways, it'll be good for loot. So yeah, I definitely don't mind, like I definitely don't mind doing these missions, but seeing that on a map doesn't really excite me. Like I kind of naturally run into these things anyway. So in future I'll maybe ignore that symbol. I definitely would like to find the last tarot card. I guess I should probably open this thing before too long. Yeah, plenty of stuff to sell or scrap. Oh, so that apparently wasn't it. Interesting. Okay, well, obviously we've been here before, but yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there. Thank everybody for the extended time, and I know there was a little bit of time we spent reading the George Orwell Tea essay again, but sometimes you just need to introduce new people to that essay. I don't know. Yeah, hopefully it was worth hanging out for. So the plan for the next week, first of all, for those of you that like Phantom Brigade but didn't get a chance to see last week's, Wednesday's stream, we got to interview some of the developers for it. Two people from Brace Yourself Games, Dakota and Pavel. Two different roles, but two really interesting perspectives on the game. So there'll be a VOD of that on YouTube in the semi-near future, but it's currently available on the Twitch channel. As far as my plans, this weekend I'm going to be recording some more Book of Hours, trying to catch up on some of the stuff that's not kind of scheduled as part of streaming. I'm going to be back to the normal schedule for next week. So Monday will be Old World, catching up on what we missed because of Easter this week. On Wednesday we're going to be back to Phantom Brigade. I think we're starting more or less a new province around that time. I actually can't quite remember what we were up to, but in any case, I will go with the flow. And then, unless I hear sort of a large cry, "No, please don't do this," we'll be back to this game, Cyberpunk 2077: Phantom Liberty. Probably doing some gigs, but we may be able to get to the main quest if there aren't any more gigs to do. Either way, we'll do that in a week from now. If you're just here for the Cyberpunk. I'm going to host Revived Snow tonight. Revived Snow is actually the reason why I got to do the interview with Brace Yourself Games, so I do hope you all hang out. Revived Snow is a camless VTuber who uses text-to-speech, so no human elements except for the gameplay. Also, I believe they are a fellow Canadian. And thank you for hanging out, Digi Inferno. I hope you liked it. And everyone else, I hope you have a nice weekend. And we'll see you Monday, or we'll see you a week from now, depending on what you like. Until then, take care.